live right now. Let's see what happens here. Is my level of execution the same on both sides? No, I wouldn't say 100%, but I definitely make sure to practice on both sides. Like to avoid this kind of issues. This one I'm worse at because it's newer. Yeah, so I gotta learn this. Whee! Why am I jumping? Oh. That's why. Oi. That DP on the other side, I'm telling you, that is so hard. You have to do DP in the opposite direction. Oh, frame slowdown. What up, YouTube? We're testing the system load right now. Come on, man. There we go. Why are you doing that? Yeah, this is challenging. Might be worth it though. I'm not sure. Joy FK with the 31. Thank you. The third strike HUD actually makes the game look so much better. Does it? I'm not gonna mess with the HUDs. I think that's a great feature they added for people who want to spend money on frivolous things. You know, I think it's a cool idea, but I don't want to bother relearning a new HUD. For me, it's like not worth it adjusting what I'm going to look at in my peripherals. Your advice on how to improve at things in that video, how you practice a leverless SoC DP inputs, is something I try to apply in all areas of life. Cool, man. Fighting games. Yeah, I feel like some people don't realize that if you practice, you can get better. It's such a cliche thing, but it actually exists. Like, some people have unfortunately had life experiences that make them think that they just can't get better. Okay, this is a little chunky. I'm not sure how I feel about encoding 4 different video tracks and having my game run like shit. I'm a little unsure. Let's take it to ranked. Let's see how it goes.
Here comes a new challenger.
Is this Cammy? I don't even know what these new artwork pieces are supposed to be anymore. Okay, Cammy. What a big mo. Chillin', man. What's going on with you? Oh, that's chunky. Caralho. I think I overestimated the damage. Drill. Yeah, I'm gonna have to turn something down after this. My PC can't handle it all. Damn, stand jab not connecting. Nice burn kick, Brian. What up, Neon? I'm dead. I'm dead. Damn. I messed up so bad. Okay. That got weird. Clean. Clean. Oh, baited? I didn't mean to do that reset. Why does he do? He just drill so sporadically. What is that's on? What is what? What are you doing? Those are all unsafe. Well, I don't understand what he's attempting to even look for. Oh, thank God. Ah, nice. I could have done something really good there, I think. Alright, GG's. Let me take the training mode. I'm also gonna restart the stream, I think, again. I gotta fix the settings. I can't do the 1440p, I don't think, unfortunately. But hold on, let me see here. I had a stray hit in that round, and I think I could have killed him.
Beginning operation.
Round one. Fight. Round two.
Oh, what up, Hunter? My controller was glitching out. I think my trigger is stuck. Okay, that was, yeah, that makes sense, because you were doing some point-blank drills and shit, which I could not understand. Where was I? How do I go fast? They keep updating the controls for training mode, and my brain can't keep up. It's like here, this, yes. I've been thinking about incorporating a lot more, or sometimes using like more space thunder dashes. That's +5. Maybe I couldn't kill. It's only +5. I'd have to do this. Man, if this was +6, that'd be so godlike. He would die if this was +6, but this is only +5. So I can build level 3 here, but I can't kill. What's wrong with the 1440p? It's just killing my resources because I explained it a little bit earlier. When you do 1440p, Twitch forces you to do multi-track encoding, which means I'm encoding all the quality options. I mean, I guess I could try lowering that, but basically I'm now encoding like 4 streams. So when you don't do 1440p, you just do 1080p, I don't have to do that, and Twitch encodes all the different quality options, and it offloads the load from my computer, so now it's kind of just like, I can't handle it. Can't handle it while gaming. Even more reason why I would want to move over to a separate PC for streaming and gaming. No, I don't have a 2 PC setup. If I did, this would be fine. And I've been wanting to move over to that for a while. I've been plotting and planning that upgrade, but now everything's fucking shit because of AI. Crazy. All right, I'm gonna stop the stream again really quick, guys. And fix that because yeah, this is just not gonna work well for me. Okay, 1 second, guys. I think YouTube still might be live. YouTube, you still with me? Here, what about this? I have 2 tracks now. What happens with 2 tracks? You guys got to refresh on Twitch. You guys got to refresh on Twitch. With 2 tracks, it doesn't even give me 1440p? Wow. You got to do at least 3. Okay, if that's the case, then this isn't worth it. This ain't worth it. Okay, let me let's try this again. 1 second. Reset again. One more time, guys. BRB. Okay, YouTube. I'm gonna have to. I think I have to end the YouTube stream really quick too. One second. Okay, we're back. We're back. I think we're back. Refresh. Okay, what do we got? Don't lie to them. Don't say 1440p. Don't lie now. This is not 1440p. Oh, it is 1440p. I gotta change my resolution. Fuck. Okay, one more time. Damn it. One more time. Can I do that without stopping the YouTube? No, I gotta stop YouTube as well. Fresh, for real. Okay. We're set. We're good. Don't tell me 720p YouTube. Don't lie to me like that. We're set. We're good. Don't tell me 720p YouTube. Don't lie to me like that. Or Twitch. Why is Twitch lying to me? Don't tell me 720p YouTube. Don't lie to me like that. Or why is Twitch lying to me? Why is Twitch lying to me? Twitch punishes you. They're just cruel. Twitch punishes you. They're just cruel. Why is this 720p, man? Is my bit rate too high? You're not happy with me? Like I said, if you don't comply with your settings, sometimes Twitch just punishes you by lowering your quality. This is annoying. This is fucking annoying. How could this happen to me? I'm sending them 1080p. Twitch is just choosing to hide it from you guys. And they randomly do that even when I don't modify my settings. Every once in a while, Twitch just goes like, fuck you, and just just only serves up 1080p. How are we looking on YouTube, guys? 1080p is at the bottom. Now it's gone. As in, what do you mean it's not 1080p on YouTube? Whatever, I'm doing this. Twitch can figure this shit out. I don't know why Twitch wants... Oh, okay. I don't know. It's there now. Okay, I think we're good. Fun little experiment. Thanks for letting me tinker with everything, guys. We're back. We're good. We're chilling. All right. Unfortunately, we can't do everything I want to do with 1440p for now. Whoops. Leak. Okay. And I think the game is running as well. All right, we're chilling. Let us play. Amazon can't afford the extra bandwidth. Very small indie company. I kind of sympathize with Twitch on that, though. I mean, Amazon can afford it, but Twitch has to prove their right to exist to Amazon. Twitch just loses money all the time. And constantly spending bandwidth on, like, the vast majority of streamers, which are, you know, 1 to 0 viewer streamers, is definitely not a good play at scale. So I kind of get why they take precautions like that, but you would think for partnered streamers, that's when they would actually like let that shit rock. Time to party. Woo! Level 1 actually doing something for me? Nice. Drill. Alright, level 1 actually doing work. Normally that's an instant lose super. It's Denkin, thanks for the big 31, appreciate that. Nice crosscut. Catching them teching mid-screen.
Round 2. Fight.
Nice. Ah, drop my jump cancel. Alright, GG's. Damn, she gets that. Yeah, if you get punish counter heavy kick, you get the super jump cancel, but it has to be spaced out basically. So if you're like a backdash distance away, you'll be able to get the super jump into it. What's difficult or like, you know, a little challenging is when you punish reversals, because you might be next to them, and if you do that, you're gonna fly over their head. So sometimes I don't use the heavy kick punish counter when I should mid-screen, because I'm a little like unsure of like getting the link after. So I end up doing just Fierce Feint Fierce a lot, which I think is less damage and less punish counter damage. Brian, love the latest channel update. Looks real clean. Thank you, man. Yeah, I'm trying to do something. Cammy, 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 Cammy. Thought I would be plus there. Oh, thank God. Oh, fuck. Nice. I've noticed with Viper, I get caught a lot more by driver screen freeze because I'm trying to do I'm trying to jump, because I'm going to the air all the time as Viper, and then a driver screen freeze happens and I just do not get my super jump or jump at all, and I just die because I'm just stuck on the ground thinking that I should be in the air. Oh, baited. I should have just spent all the meter if I'm going to do all this. I could have done another heavy kick there and killed. Really enjoyed your podcast with Tasty Steve, man. It was a really cool conversation. Thanks, Manny Sharps. Yeah, it was fun. I figured it would be. It was actually, you know, some people joked like, oh, was this podcast supposed to happen a lot sooner, but Steve wouldn't answer his email. And actually, Steve was pretty responsive as for setting up the podcast. However, what was a fucking nightmare was getting the file from Steve. After we recorded, you know, I quadruple checked all the settings were correct. And, you know, sometimes you got to really massage the guests to make sure they have everything set to record properly. You never know what's going to happen. Media, I'm dead. Rob TV always messes up the audio settings. Always, right? Like, it's always an issue. But Steve, everything was smooth. His recording was crisp as hell. But getting the file from his computer to somewhere I could access it, that was a nightmare. That was a week-long ordeal of me, like, quadruple messaging him every single day. And I'm like, Steve, please. Let's get this file, man. Let's get this. We need the file. Let's get this going, man. Getting people to use Google Drive is always hit and miss. Oh, big whiff. Why did I dare interrupt Cammy? Why did I dare? Footsies? What up, Jeremy? What's good, man?
Round 2. Fight.
I'm gonna regret this. Okay. Okay.
Viper wins. Round 1.
Yeah, Legend's always a moving target. Right now, it's above 2k MR. Almost 2100 now. What up, broski? Happy holidays to you as well, Jeremy. Hopefully you guys are getting to the spirit. Today I went grocery shopping. I bought a bunch of bullshit that I never would, just to like somehow enhance Christmas spirit cheer with the only way I know how. Consumerism. So I bought like peppermint mocha cold foam coffee creamer thing. DP! Don't waste my meter, man. Who decided to put a super on that input? Who decided to put a super on her fucking DP input, man? Why? Fun. All right, GDs. I probably should have used heavy kick anti-air though. One thing I need to do more. If I just got my fucking DP input instead of goddamn level 2. I hate that they put level 2 over her input for DP. It's so obnoxious. It's such an obnoxious input overlap. I don't know who designed this. I have corner control. All I need is the anti-air and it gives me fucking super. Why did who thought that was a good idea? Okay, so if here instead she's over my head, why do you like this is the kind of anti-air I don't do enough. I don't think you can really cross-cut this. Yeah, I'm gonna cross-cut DP input. No, you just can't cross-cut this. this like a thing though? Yeah, I don't. What does crouching lag kick look like there? You guys are really trying to get me to use the new tech? Do you guys actually believe in that? You guys actually believe this? It only works as that they weren't even attempting. They were just going to go for empty jump grab, it looks like. That shit doesn't work. Sophie Freeman with the 10 months. Thank you so much. Do you mean a new Core A lounge video or new Core A gaming? Because new Core A gaming vid was last 9 months ago. Well, we got news for you. Yeah, the 2xKO one. I was trying to be cryptic and engagement bait, but yeah, the 2xKO one. Basically, Core A Gaming's latest 2x video is on the 2xKO channel. Might be. Listen, yeah, you gotta know the streamer tactics. You gotta put cryptic, engaging topics into the title to bait watch time. That's a strategy. Trash Talk with VDX was goated. Thank you. Glad you guys enjoyed it. Like I said, the whole point, the whole strategy of a podcast is just to get more charismatic and entertaining and accomplished people on the show. Let them carry. I still have zero idea like what this matchup is supposed to be, or who. Like, I lose it a lot as Viper, but I don't know if that's like. I never trust myself versus Sim.
Can't beat him, join him.
And I don't know if actually that Focus Force thing even does anything. I'm just kind of throwing it out there to see what happens. Oh my god. Platsis with the Prime, thank you. I misrouted, and I should have gone to level 3. Oh god, let me out. Ah! Okay, it worked out. This could be better for me. Come on. No! That hit much lower than I thought it would. Mabu Frog, thanks for the Prime. Why would you DI?
Oh, well, if you can't beat him, join him.
Oh, that was a really bad delayed reaction. DP just does not have the horizontal juice. I should not be using it like that. Wait, it's not going to kill, is it? Oh, God. Okay. How hard has it been to stop saying Clip Channel after the rebrand? Like 6 out of 10, not too bad. I just don't address the channel, basically. I honestly don't know what I'm supposed to do here. Always with the Prime also. I think I said thank you, but appreciate it. Throw loop, answer always throw loop. Every Street Fighter 6 flowchart boils down to throw loop. Whoops. I can't believe I dropped that. Bomb activities! I didn't check. Skill issues. Golly. Didn't fucking jab the teleport. Didn't complete the combo. Please be burned out. Wow, nice Seismo. Is also more fun to play against in Street Fighter 5 or 6? Trick question. Oh, it worked, okay. If I didn't suck, I would have won right there, huh? Oh, I missed my jump cancel. I'm pretty certain I would have won. Missed the jump cancel. Ay, ay, ay. Rank strongest soldier is not about me. We will be exploring that soon. Yeah, I don't know what you're supposed to do against Dhalsim with Viper. It just feels like he runs away the whole time. I don't really understand. I'll just be doing right now. I think I just did the cancel too early, so it didn't come out. Like if you see my input was pretty clean. But oh my god, it takes forever to go backwards. My input was clean, but I think I inputted it too soon, so it missed the cancel window. So this is what I was gonna do. Okay, it wouldn't have killed, but would have put me in a final guess situation. Didn't Dhalsim have way better defense in 5? Dhalsim in 5 was definitely, like, at the end, a really, like, some people argued he was top 1. He was considered top tier for sure at the end of 5. However, that was because his offense was good. And I played Rog in that matchup, so I kind of didn't care. I just think in 6, I think he's significantly weaker, but I actually far less enjoy fighting him because he's just floating out of reach. I think fighting him in 6 just feels a lot worse because he's just actually running away the whole time, and then you're just supposed to go ham with throw loop pressure and kill him. So it just feels really unsatisfying. And it feels harder to hit him. I think it's hard. I think it's way harder to get the hit on Dhalsim in this game than in 5. But when you get the hit, you're just supposed to go ham as fuck, and I don't know. I generally feel like I'm significantly weaker against Dhalsim myself personally because my offense in this game is just not that good. I'm not good at throw looping people. I'm playing the Street Fighter 6 offense style. I'm not expecting him to go all the way in. Oh god, I got hit. Yeah, I don't know why I felt that DI was coming. Try to jab it. Damn, opened up at the end.
Blanka wins. Round 1.
Didn't block the overhead. Yeah, I gotta probably use size mode just less against Blanka. I was like, if I stand perfectly still in neutral, he will do the Blanka ball. That's my only way out. Nice. That's not good. Okay, what can I do with this? Okay, I can do that. Oh, darn. Oh, Blanka ball. That was my bad. What the fuck? Why did I even bother? Think you'll wake up level 3 here? Oh, I whipped! Wait. Blanka level 2 is demon mode, man. Alright, GG's. Had that big whiff sequence at the end. Could have turned that around and ran with something there. Why aren't you punishing reversals with heavy kick? Does heavy punch do more damage? Nah, I probably should be using more heavy kick. It makes me uncomfortable mid-screen because of the pushback on it. But I should be using that. Heavy kick does more damage than heavy punch. Or than crouch heavy punch. Stand heavy punch and heavy kick do the same damage. I'm not sure if the stand... You don't have to jump cancel the stand heavy kick, though. With stand heavy punch, you have to jump cancel it. But the pushback gets me a little nervous. So I'm not fully optimal on my reversal punishes, though. Like, that's just inexperience. Oh. That was kind of a mean sequence right there. So like this. I did try to level 1. I hesitated. What? Okay. I'm done asking questions. Come on. Okay, that actually got me upset. Just pressing medium until one of them hits. Drivers cancel the game. Oh, I messed it up. Ah, clean it up. Okay.
Round 2. Fight.
That's the answer. Just guess correctly. Dude, can I have an ounce of range? Share some range, Bison. Alright. Survived. Is there a song command? Nah, it doesn't work. It don't be working. I am a miserable flea. How did Bison know? Ah! Her back dash shimmy situation seemed pretty good. Ah, yep. Autopiloted my shimmy. Maybe if I did medium burn kick, that would have been the plus variation. Oh, I could have killed him. I could have killed him for sure. Oh, thank God I hit that. I would have been so pissed if I missed that anti-air. That would have crushed my soul if I missed that DP right there. All right. Let's pay attention to the damage and meter awareness here, or lack thereof, right? So this was a heavy starter. Right here, right? Yeah, their life is just there, and it's a counter hit starter. Their life is just above the meters. Let's take a look, see. And I have... Yeah, see? I think this kills. What up, Loinator? What's good, man? Yeah. With 3 bars here, because I can route into a OD. Do I even need the jump cancel? I don't even need the jump cancel. I don't even have to be optimal. I can do a drive rush cancel combo. Yeah, so that was really bad of me to not kill him there. Just to care some house stuff for the girlfriend. Now you chill. Same here, man. Got the grocery shopping done. You know. Got some stuff done for the house. Didn't stream last night. We watched the end of this half of the season of Stranger Things. I don't know, man. I'm ready for that show to finish. I've been ready for that show to finish since season 1. Who's my favorite Stranger Things character? I don't think I like any of them. And you can just tell it's just not very good. I guess I like Henderson. It's just this last season's not very good. It's very flanderized and rushed.
Here comes a new challenge.
It's just over the top.
You must crush them.
I am not immune to the Henderson and Dustin dynamic. Of course, that was a good pairing that they picked up on after the first season. The show's just gone on too long. Baited? I don't know why I did this. I don't have an explanation for my behavior. Okay.
Round 2. Fight.
Are all supers invincible? Yeah, all of her. She has all invincible and supers. Invincible supers. I. My brother, why? My brother, why?
Round 2. Fight.
I didn't parry that? Ah, stop trying to steal the game from me. Why is everyone trying to rob me? Let's have a gentleman's match, please. There we go. Come on now. Ah, nice. I whipped. Ah, nice.
Viper win. Round 1. Fight.
Interesting.
Round 2. Fight.
No, man. Again? Again? Sound like a disappointed parent. I can't help it. I gotta get over that. That's my boomer mentality. DI to me is a disappointing mechanic. Like if someone DIs me, this is not how you should not think this way. Let me be clear. This is a fault in my psyche that I try to combat. When people DI me, all I think is shame on you. Abusing a poor old man like this. Not really. That's not my thought process. My thought process is you are not confident in trying to win and you're trying to get lucky. which is not a good way to think about it. That's not how you should think about these things. But my thought process is you are not trying to win consistently. You are admitting that you don't have a consistent game plan and you want to try to just like get a fast one. But that's not true. And there's very smart ways to use DI offensively, and good players use it all the time. But that thought crosses my mind. You got to fight that. Just you're not adapting with the times, man. Also, how do I fight Marisa?
Round 2. Fight.
Oh. All right, crisis averted.
Viper. Round 1. Fight.
Huh? Nice frame rate, Brian. My guy mashes. Nice. Thought he was gonna command grab me the first time.
Round 2. Fight. Final round. Fight.
Zero anti-airs? Oh, he anti-aired me, chat. Oh, I threw tech like a bum. Ay, 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 ay. No! Dang.
Marisa. Round 1. Fight.
Where are you going? Sweet dreams! You...
I didn't. Ooh. Why does that work? Is that his intention? To hit the burn kick?
Round 2. Fight.
Where are you going? Sweet dreams.
Oh, all right, GDs, GDs. Oh yeah, Marisa. I don't know if I will ever feel comfortable in that matchup. That matchup always makes me stressed. I definitely feel like there's something I miss when people talk about Marisa being just awful. Because every single time I fight a Marisa, I'm fairly certain I'm losing the vast majority of the time.
Here comes a new challenger.
Gotta implement that focus more. For some reason, I don't believe you. I don't feel like that move was good, and I think you just want to see it because you think it's fun. I don't trust you. Damn. You're right, never mind. I take it back. I take it back. Bad tech.
Right.
Round 2. Fight.
My chance.
Okay. Take the burnout.
この程度で備えた。落ちろ。もう立たなくていいのよ。
Oh, I was clean, clean, clean. I'm definitely plus there. I gotta be careful with the stand jab, not that much range on it. What? Pushback? Yeah. Bad footsies. You guys are funny, that's why I stay quiet in chat. Well, your only comment is backseat gaming, so I mean, generally, people don't like that. If your only contribution is to tell somebody you need to do something that doesn't know you, I think usually the response is going to be a little, like, not receptive, because I don't know who you are, and I don't trust you. That's all. Oh, wait. Oh, ah, nice.
Round 2. Fight.
I'm trying to get the plus on block burn kick. You can get that from a distance. I'm not spacing that too well. Ah! Should have blocked there. What? Don't throw loop me, please. That was funny. No! I suck. Alright, GG's. I blew it!
Cammy wins.
When do I think you'll get Uma on Trash Talk? Hasn't he changed his name for his VTuber persona? All right, let's play the Dhalsim matchup correctly. Whatever that means. Can you focus her Gladius if she charges it with Viper's Focus Force? That would be really useful. I'm not sure the rules of like what breaks her Focus Force and what doesn't. You can? That would actually be really useful. Which she does the target combo into punch. You can do EX focus. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. Is it max Gladius and armor break? Maybe. Alright, that was just a Viper round. Nice. I got hit?
Round 2. Fight.
I don't know what she gets meaty here. Because you definitely don't get... Oh, nice. You don't get meaty Seismo after level 2. So I'm not sure what you can get meaty otherwise. No way. Come on. Heavy kick is such a strange anti-air. That move will snipe Dhalsim limbs from half screen away, but it also just does not interact with so many regular ass hit boxes in front of your face. It's very hard to tell what it's gonna work with and what it's not gonna work with. Avoided disaster there. GG's. All right, we'll test this real quick. Let's actually let's test the rules of the armor against Marisa. I got the FeedX podcast on the TV and the stream on my phone. Damn, speed running Brian F. Brain Rot. That's crazy. Dude, you got to get my shorts on the iPad while you're at it or something. Come on now. You're gonna stop there on 2 screens. Where's this character at?
Marisa.
Houston is done if this doesn't work. I mean, it's. I just want to. I genuinely am not that well versed in the rules of armor in this game, because you know DI is one thing, so that's gonna break DI, right? Okay, well, it breaks the regular. Huh. Okay, well. I mean, these are not armor break, so that'll work. Only the EX one is armor break. I said EX, didn't I? I just did EX. What do you mean? I did this. And I did this. It's EX. It's an armor break. It just loses. I think if they charge it, it's just if they charge or not. That's the only rule. Oh, never mind. So EX is just always an armor break. So if they do non-EX uncharged Gladius, you can do this. But if they charge it, you're kind of screwed. I guess it becomes a game of chicken. Which one charges the fastest? Light? Yeah, there's no way I get in there in time to deal with that, right? Yeah, so they charge it, they smoke me instantly here. And so that will be okay. But this breaks armor, I know that, right? Yeah, okay, so her armor is just like an armor. Same rules as DI. I mean, it might be worth representing on the medium turret combo at least once to get them to start thinking for a second. I can see that. My problem is not like high-level Marisa. My problem is literally flowchart everyday Marisa. I am embarrassingly bad at that matchup. So at least for that, I can throw that out to at least slow him down. But I don't like engaging with Gladius, basically. Boy, falling off my chair here. Ah, didn't combo. That happens a lot with Viper, missing extensions on confirms. Oh my god. That, come on, man, that really went over. No, what? Fuck. Oh god. Woo! Spooky. I was about to be robbed. Ouch. Baited? I really wish Seismo would hit that Blanka ball, man. What? Fuck. Okay. God damn it, dude. It's so hard to close out versus this character. Yeah. I gotta stay in more, even if it's scary.
Oh, well, if you
Yo, what up,
can't
cuz
beat
Lightyear? What's good,
join
man?
'em.
How you been? Thanks for the prime. I think I'm dead. I thought he would go for up back Blanka ball. Oi. Why does her overhead make like a water sloshing around in a jug sound? Oh shit, what? Oh, thank God he teched. I had one way out, and that was him making a mistake.
Viper win.
Seismo's a low, and Marisa can only beat lows with their OD Scudum, so you should be able to control the space with her with lows plus Seismo, in my opinion. She can just jump. Or do Superman Punch. What do you mean? I don't think this is that good. I don't think you're going to get away with zoning like this. And the problem also I find is, like, her normals. I don't know. In general, I used to use a lot of Seismos. In general, I've slowed down on using Seismos. I think this move is, like, kind of really committal and gets you killed more often than not. You're not going to be hitting her low in a way, like, that's going to be specifically advantageous versus Marisa, because her issues with lows are for this, like, in the footsie range, not from zoning range. If I'm doing here, if I'm doing this here, like, I'm just going to get hit by one of her normals first. Her issues with low forward, like when you're actually engaging with her. I don't know. We'll see. What was I going to say? Overhead. Listen. There's a boop 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 after it hits. Okay. I'm not crazy on this one. We're cranking the volume for Street Fighter. Listen. It's like, is it the gasoline in her fucking tank that powers her heels sloshing around? It's literally like if you had a jug of gasoline. Bloop, bloop. I wonder if that's only on hit? No, it makes it on block too. I'm not sure what it's supposed to be. But it's there. She has a very distinct overhead sound. Does it do it on a whiff? It's different. It has only one. Whoop, whoop, and it's whoop, whoop, on hit. Bloop, bloop, on hit. Bloop, once. It must be, maybe it's trying to be her coat sounds. Yeah, maybe it's supposed to be like her coat moving in the wind, but it doesn't, it sounds more like, to me, liquid in a jug. Ouch. Man, they pack that shit on wake up every time, huh? What? Oh, come on, man. Where's my damn crouching medium punch? I would have had a clean kill there. What controller am I using? I use the Victrix Pro KO leverless. Whoops, clean. Oh my god, what am I doing? What is happening? Oh no. I'm not happy with how this is going. What the fuck are you doing? And why did that work? Hold on. I can't get this guy to think. I'm struggling right now. Whew. Okay. Hold on. That reach the... Well, I pressed the button. I don't know if this kills. Okay. I hate how close that match was. I do not get the impression that they were... Never mind. GG's. Quickest landing. Oh shit. 1,000 bits. Silent generosity. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. You can't grab him when you do fierce like that into DI? No. Like her, you know how her crouch heavy to DI is not like a super tight string, so you can do dry rush crouching heavy to DI. And in fact, you kind of have to against like Marisa and JP. So that's the only way it'll like hit frame 1 to beat armor. from those characters. Probably a bad idea, but let's go with it. No DP? I gotta pick a better option for blocking that. Ah! Just check the drive rush. Just check the drive rush. Should have pressed heavy kick if I'm going to challenge that. Okay. Sure. You insist. I meant to do. Fuck. I wasted 2 bars and dropped the punish. That was just execution error. Nice. GG's. Well played.
Bison win.
Well played. Why does he get all that? That's the game we're playing, man. That's the game.
Here comes a new challenger.
If I didn't want to get hit by the overhead into 7 billion%, I should have defended correctly. Please stop anti-airing my burn kicks. Woo. Nah, nice. Why am I whipping? Anyone have the answer? Oh my god! Oh my goodness, why are you whipping? Riddle me that. We don't need to know about my whips. Answer that question for yourself. Stop doing that. Come on, you're gonna make me think about my burn kicks? Let me just do it for free, please. Oh, cool. Nice, nice, nice. I just had to figure out how to pin him down. Damn, Viper kind of shits out damage. GG's, GG's. I don't play Street Fighter 6, but it's so fun to watch, man. Yeah, I guess I do think Street Fighter 6 has solved like the average viewing experience of Street Fighter to make it more exciting for the average viewer. I do think it's done that because shit is happening. Shit is definitely happening. More fun than playing? I don't know about that. All fighting games can be very stressful to play. I don't think that's that big of a deal. If you care about what you're doing in a fighting game, it's going to be stressful. That's part of the enjoyment. For example, like fighting this motherfucker. I hate fighting Zangief. However, it's part of the fun. And it's also part of the fun to spectate. No one wants to fight Zangief. Everyone wants to watch Zangief, you know? One of those things. Whoops. Yeah, I made several mistakes there. The best thing about Geef is the skin. The skin is very good. That's why it's the only skin they can put out in a year. I didn't mean to do that. Whoa! Fuck! Oh no. Let me out. Ah! Mistakes were made, now chaos ensues. I'm gonna do this, don't DI back. Okay. Nice. If I didn't want to lose, I shouldn't have made that initial mistake. I keep jumping on accident. I'm trying to do Seismo. Okay, this isn't the worst time for him to spend this for me. It's still very scary. Will this reach? It's kind of far. Okay. What do I do here? Oh god. Okay. Spooky, spooky, spooky. Oh, he always does that, and I keep backdashing there, so fair game. Spooky! Alright, crisis averted. GG's. Street Fighter 6 is so much more fun to watch than Guilty Gear Strive. You think so? Do you think that's not just because you know what's going on more in Street Fighter 6 and Strive? Happy Chaos versus Mai. That'd be pretty sick. Nice. Oh my god. Okay, nice. Yep, get DPs. I believe you. Fuck. I keep messing up on my burn kicks. Yeah, you can't do that every time. Except against me, because I'm bad. Nice. No fucking way! Oh my god! Holy recovery. I think I'm dead. Yep. Level 2.
Terry wins. Round 1. Fight.
Whoops. Damn, he didn't even punish. I threw tech there. I thought he would try to throw. No. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the take two. That was very kind of you. Sweet. Her towards heavy kick is really good. I feel like that button I didn't know how to space originally when I first picked her up, but that move gets me so many random counter hits to kill people with. Oh man, you tech a lot. GG's. Yeah, like, because it's safe on block, but if you randomly get a counter hit, they die. So it's such a good thing to just throw out. You know, Viper kind of lacks in the 6-frame department, but her heavies are really good. So, like, if you're, like, doing that footsie dance, just throwing this out, you might just counter hit or punish counter them, and they die.
Here comes a new challenger.
It's a little awkward to space because I think it's closer range than you think at first. I think I started to like wrap it around my head of doing it when I'm in medium range. Oh shit, punk on the fucking Jamie. Uh-oh. Ouch. Oy, stop hit confirming me, man. Clean. Oy. How do we combat the button timing? What do I do here, Chad? What do I do here? Alright. Raw DI trust? I don't trust. Oh, I didn't believe! Clean DP, Brian. Very good, very good. Who knows? Maybe. Oh, fuck. Nice. This is gonna do so much damage, guys. Nice. Hey! A game. I thought maybe I could punish him in time. I had a feeling if he's playing Jamie, he's gonna have to go for style. He had to go for the command grab.
Round 2. Fight.
Nice. Oh, I forgot that's a combo. I'm gonna be burnt.
It's time to train.
I didn't believe. Aye! What happened there? All right, GG's, man. He stood up? Is that what happened? GG's. Merlin FGC, thanks for the big 8 months. New Trash Talk branding goes hard. Thank you, man. Yeah, Jeremy Mansford did a lot of work on that. All right, let me get the run back on this Bison.
Round 1. Fight.
My turn? I think I have to spend it. I don't know. The scaling was weird there.
Round 2. Fight.
Ah. He just poked. I flubbed. Nice delay. Okay, I flubbed. I was kind of unsure of the meter build and everything and the damage. Big drop. Big drops. Do I feel like her execution is difficult? Viper has a higher skill floor for sure for execution. But honestly, after playing her a bunch, I don't know. I don't think it's that hard. It's harder than other characters, yeah. But once you like get it, it's kind of just fun. But you will drop occasionally. See, that's why I don't like using the heavy kick. Okay, I should have done something way better than that. Woo! Alright, crisis averted there. Is it more damage to do drive rush stand heavy punch instead of crouching heavy punch if you're doing a full meter dump? I know it costs more drive because you have to do super jump cancel, but it might not matter, right? Yeah. Stand heavy punch and stand heavy kick both do more damage than crouch heavy punch. So if you're like maxed out, it often is better to start with stand heavy punch. I think there was it the first game? There was something I wanted to see if it would kill or like do more damage. Was it here? No, right? No.
Round 2. Fight.
You don't have to walk forward? Sometimes you do, don't you? Does this store? I guess not. I guess on a parry like that where they're left close. But there's some moves where like you're not left point blank. You know what I mean? But yeah, I guess I should be confident in that. Because this does how much? I think a good punish would be this sequence. 3, 9, 10. And I'm pretty sure it would do way less damage otherwise. And I can't super jump cancel to continue this. No. Yeah, so I think the best punish here would have been this sequence. And does she just like not have a way to combo into DI? I just think she straight up cannot force a burnout. I guess I could have done this, like a stun reset, and I think that's inescapable. Yeah, this would have been guaranteed. But she just straight up cannot combo. No, crouching heavy punch into DI doesn't work. It doesn't combo. It's weird. Like, you would think, you know, I guess her crouch heavy punch is crazy with the feint cancels. It's its own unique thing. But I don't think she has any way to just, like, raw combo into DI. I think you'd have to do that. You'd have to drive rush cancel. So honestly, maybe I should have done this. Like, this should have been my routing. Force a burnout. That probably would have been, like, optimal for me there. Can you feint cancel into DI? No, I think you just got to drive rush cancel into it. Okay, I think there was the first game. There was something I wanted to see. At what rank do you recommend you start using replay takeover? Whenever, man. If you ever get a hit and you think you could have done more damage or want to practice a combo from a situation, you should immediately go to replay takeover. So at every rank, you're probably fucking those up, so you can immediately do that. I gotta not autopilot those shimmies. Here, okay. Let me Yeah, so I guess theoretically I can kill here meterless. Okay, so the ideal route seems to be to save the meter for EX burn kick. You're trying to kill meterless. Can you not DP after that OD burn kick? DP after OD burn kick. What? Like, I'm missing something. I don't think there's any juggles you can do after OD burn kick. That would be news to me. Okay. Overall, I feel like the Viper's kind of coming together. I still have moments where I don't know. I'm ass, but I think in general, somewhat coming together. Oh, maybe this is what I was thinking of. Yeah, see how I didn't build level 3 here? Okay. So, I have not been optimizing these situations very well. Normally, I think if you have a lot of meter, it'd be to do something like that. So I think the goal here is build level 3. Oh my god. So this does build level 3? I didn't believe that. Barely built it. And I don't know if this will kill. This is just at the end of the drive gauge bar. Okay, see, that would have been super optimal. 2900. I don't think you can do better. Because this is not counter. It's only +6. And I'm out of meter here. Isn't ending in Seismo better? Well, I don't build the meter on the bottom right. So I don't build the meter, and I can't get into level 3. It's not usually ending in Seismo is better, it's getting into Seismo early in your combo is better, is my understanding. Like, if you get into Seismo early, you have far less scaled options. So if I had more meter than 2 bars here, I would do Crouching Medium Punch into OD Seismo, because that's the only one that combos here. And then I could do juggle combos that would do more unskilled damage. But because this puts me in a burnout and I don't build my level 3, I can't do anything else here. I mean, I can go straight into level 2 or something. Right, but I can't kill them. So I need to build the super meter because I don't have enough drive gauge. And once you do the drive rush cancel like this, like, yeah, I guess theoretically, if I had more super, like another bar, this would be better also. Because I can do heavy kick into level 3 with more damage. Try Crouching Medium Punch, Stand Like Kick to OD Burn Kick. That combos? That's less damage. I didn't know that, though. That's good to know. I just got level 3 on that. Yeah, but you can't. You need a bard to super jump cancel the heavy kick. The heavy kick does not cancel to anything. You can super jump cancel it. So that's why, like, yeah, managing her meter routing is like super important. So if this could cancel, then yeah, sure, this would be more optimal. But yeah, so if you're gonna go into burnout, it's like usually better to just start doing the faint dry brush cancel routing, because that's gonna build the most super meter, and that's it. If you had more meter early on, you would go into seismos. But this is interesting. I actually never used this. When would I use that? Okay, so let me think. If I did this 2583, that's still less damage though. I don't know when you would use this and not just drivers cancel. I guess if you don't want to go into burnout. Very good for Sagat. What do you mean? Like as a whiff punish tool? Do people like walk around and whiff punish, like buffer this into OD Seismo? Is that a thing? Huh, that could be useful. I've never played with this. Let me see about that. Let me see about that. Or into Light Kick Burn Cake? I've only used Light Kick into Thunder Dash. Have I been missing out on a whole other utility? Okay, it sometimes doesn't connect though. That's not that bad with a regular burn kick. That's punishable. Do you use jump cancel air burn kick? This seems very precise, but I can see it being a thing. Oh, does this always combo? Or for more, or more consistently? What about this? Because sometimes I feel like the Thunder Dash doesn't reach like that. Okay, maybe I should be using the light Thunder Dash at least. Yeah, I think the OD one is good if you're gonna like cash out into level 2 and you're like you walk into range after like a slower button. That'll have utility. It's just got to be a little bit more like one of these, like you walk out of range and then walk back in situations. You got to be a little bit more precise with it. But the further spaced ones, it seems like the light Thunder Dash is actually really good. Yeah, I haven't been using that much. If it hits last active frame, it's +4. The medium one is. I don't know about the light one. Light one is 4 active frames. It's +2. So yeah, it can be up to +5, I guess, theoretically. +4 at least. Or am I doing the math wrong? 2 + 4 - 1. Oh, it's only +1. Okay, +1 on the first active frame. Yeah, so at best it could be +4. But I don't know if can you even like reach? I don't think you can reach. Yeah. But the Thunder Dash, the medium one, you can actually get that. It's very precise, but it's possible. See this one? And they have a different animation when you hit the last active frame. See how normally she's like gut punch backwards? That's when it's not on last active frame. But when they're standing more upright, you got the last active frame. Yeah, there's like a visual indication. There's no sound or anything though. But I haven't incorporated that fully into my matches yet. Are there any no setups for the precise spacing? Yeah. I know about this one. But it requires a bunch of shit to happen in a row. So, like, if they... What's going on here? See, that was +4. So if you block this setup, because this setup creates a +1 situation, then you do stand light kick, and then you do this. This is the only like specific setup I know that can actually like perfectly recreate that. But I mean, it's something. It's definitely something. Sorry if this has been asked before, but do you plan on making a guide for Sea Viper similar to your Sagat guide on the main channel? No. To be quite honest, I probably lost like $1,000 on that Sagat guide. It just doesn't really make sense unless I start getting like really big sponsorship stuff for those kind of videos. And I don't even think that really makes sense at all, like who is going to sponsor that, and it appeals to such a small audience. It just really economically doesn't make sense to go that hard on that sort of a thing. If someone were to do something like that, it'd be less produced and you know, just the information. But making it like so well produced, like I commissioned custom 3D graphics, the editing took a long time. I had to take a lot of time off streaming, making other videos, and you know, it was just a lot of investment and everything. Was the editing cost that much? Time is money. In the YouTube world, time is money. So if it takes time, it takes money. What up, Curly? Big 82. Hope all is well. And also, I did commission art for like the custom 3D logos and everything, and thumbnails and stuff. Cholo Mancer on the trash can. Appreciate that. Opportunity cost makes sense. Well, I'm paying people for their editing time, and they spend longer editing one thing instead of multiple things. It's less money. It's more loss. You know what I mean? Recovery from surgery is ahead of schedule. Okay, big plays. That's good to hear. Hopefully you're resting up well. All of this success. I went way too hard on that, and I've already missed the opportunity window for Sea Viper, I think, to make anything kind of that worthwhile. If I were to do something for Sea Viper, it would be a lot more sparse and just, you know, maybe on the Patreon or something. Time is money all over the world. Right. It is. I mean, but, you know, I have to pay people for their time. And so that's just me being... That's how any kind of business actually works, right? So I'm just being... It's just the reality of it. Like, that kind of stuff takes people's time and effort to make, and yet they to be paid for it. And well, I'm proud of it. It was a lot of work, and yeah, I can't do that forever. This I got one. So it would have to be toned down and stripped more bare, which would still be valuable to people who want to know everything. The main problem is I can't just like no life when these characters come out and get this stuff out ahead of time because I have work. So it's one of those things also. Okay, guys, I am going to take a little bit of a break here. And then when we come back, we'll get on to the Ranked Strongest Soldier and check out the new Core A gaming video. So we'll get the content segments going. So I think it was a pretty good ranked session. 1920 MR to end this session. We'll see if we get back on ranked, but I'm feeling pretty good. Played pretty good today. So I'll BRB, guys. Thanks for watching. Give me a minute or two here. All right, what did I miss? What did I miss? We back. What's good? Anything big happening? What's going on in the world of fighting games? I feel like we're in the slow season right now. Is Frosty still tied to any kind of tours or anything? That's the only event I know that's coming up. I don't know if that's actually tied to like the Arc World Tour or not. There's an Undernight Slam going on. Sage M got a sue to preserve his branding. Dive on playing the Uni Slam. Is he not a coach? That's fucking cheating, dude. That is just not fair. They should not allow that. That is just not fair for everyone else. Virtual Fighter there? What, the new one? I'll believe that when I see it. Virtual Fighter, the new one, is vaporware to me until I actually see it being played. That demo trailer did not seem like gameplay to me. Maybe it is, but it gave me the impression of 2007 era Xbox 360 vaporware CGI trailers. Cinnamon Rolls, appreciate the Prime. I'm interested in the new Virtual Fighter, but I definitely need to see more. Definitely need to see more. Okay. Oh shit, it's gonna remix the recording. Do I need this to finish? I'm not used to this. Oh shit, that was 83 gigs. Damn! I gotta tweak my file sizes here. I'll remux this later. Yeah, we'll do this later. Jesus. Okay. Let's get this going for YouTube. Okay, everybody, I have found possibly Rank's strongest soldier, and I was perusing Twitter when I came across this account, Toma here, talking about their experience in Street Fighter 6. They are from Japan, and they mentioned in this tweet here, even at MR 3 digits, due to disparity matching, I keep running into people with MR 1200 to 1300 and can't do consecutive battles. And since there are a few people with the same MR, matching takes a long time. I'll do my best to aim for MR 1000. So this player, in great spirits, I've been following their Twitter a little bit, is talking about the trials and tribulations of being below 1000 MR, having 3 digits to MR, which I don't think I have ever seen a single time in my matchmaking region here in America. And they had this tweet here that popped off a little bit. They're playing Sea Viper, modern Sea Viper. They said, from yesterday to today, after receiving guidance and reviewing my movements, I once dropped down to Viper 700, MR 700, but I managed to recover back to MR 1000. I realized that once I touch them, I can consistently set up offensive mix-ups from the rushdown, and now I'm aiming for mid, low, and throws. I also thought the small assist combos is pretty strong, so I'll be using it going forward. They actually went down to 700 MR, and this caught a lot of attention from the rest of the community on Twitter, because here Ali says, this is a testament to how popular the game is in Japan. It's practically impossible to go below 1000 MR in the West, because at a certain point you're losing like 1 MR per game. And if you don't know why this is so significant, like why this low MR is so significant, it's not that you only lose 1 MR per game. If the rank difference is high enough, you literally lose 0. At a certain rank differential, which I think might be 500 MR, I'm not sure. If you are 500 MR, I believe, below your opponent, if you win the game, you gain 16 points, and if you lose 0. I have won sets or games in Street Fighter 6 in the past where I've gained 0 MR. That can't happen. So it's a closed loop economy, and it's based on the MR difference between the players. There's a limited number of points based on all the players in master rank. And so there's a set number. So it's really hard to get to the extremes to cut off inflation, and it's really hard to get to the lows. And in general, when you have a higher player population, that makes the highs and the lows more extreme. And the lower the player population, the more compressed the ranks are. That's why, like, you put a player like Punk, Meta RD, whatever, consistently when players that are really strong in other regions like Europe or America go to Japan, their MR goes up by at least like 200 to 300 points. It's almost impossible to hit 2,500 MR in anywhere else besides Japan, for example. You'll cap out at 2,200 max. It's not going to happen, right? And conversely, going that low below is also impossible. I have never seen anyone below 1,000 MR. Like, I've objectively never seen that. But this player seems to be in really good spirits about it, showing a lot of promise with their growth and really happy about it. And they're talking about, you know, actually doing mix-ups and everything. So what I figured today is, let's take a look at Toma's replays, ranked strongest soldier here, who's maintaining a positive attitude and a growth mindset while going to the absolute depths of ranked that I did not know were even possible. And let's observe what they're doing to see what ranked is like at MR sub 4 digits in the 3-digit range, and see a little bit about their growth. So I actually saved a couple of their replays. We're going to check them out and see their progression over time. So that's what we're doing. I was shocked to see that they actually literally had MR that low. It's literally Capcom's strongest soldier. Right, I mean, it's not just that their rank is that low. It's that their rank is that low and they're so positive about it. The only reason I'm doing this, like, it's not meant to like be picking on this player. I'm actually very inspired by how positive they were about the whole ordeal and having a growth mindset. Like, I think a lot of people would be a little bit embarrassed or ashamed to even bring this up, but they seem to be showing their growth and talking about the strategies they're implementing to improve. So I was like really inspired by that. So here, we saved a couple of replays, and you can see they went from 1818 to 788 to 1100 to 12, almost 1200 up here. So they had a little bit of growth. So I've not seen these replays. I'm curious to see what ranked is like down here between 800 MR and a 1000 MR player. Like, what is going on at this level? I have no idea. So let's tune in. Modern Sea Viper versus classic Aki. Okay, let's see. Okay, it's looking high level. Drivers start from Aki. This is 800 MR. They did drive rush in for Oki to cross up instant jump burn kick. I'm telling you, I know 1500 MR players that can't do that. This is legit. No anti-air, but so far not too bad. Okay, their meter that's a huge problem. Their meter management is really bad. They're using too many Viper's tools and having too much fun. Burnt out already. No anti-air, even though they're on modern. You can't do that. All right, they're aware of countering DI. Nice jump out of the corner. Okay, so this is a big problem with just managing your spacing and risk avoidance. So they had this great reaction to the DI, right? Great reaction. They have an opportunity to live. They jump out of the corner. Amazing. You're burnt out and you're in the corner. All you want to do is avoid being in a bad spot. Avoid being in a bad position and wait for your meter to recover so you can fight back. They get a little straight button there, and the first thing they do is go for a burn kick instead of just holding their ground and maybe backing up to mid-screen. They go for a burn kick here, and then it puts them immediately into a much worse position. How do I slow this down? They always update the freaking controls. Change speed? Oh, there we go. Okay, so they get out. Immediately put themselves back in. And not only that, they spent the 1 usage of the level 1 for an instant jump burn kick. So they're going for a cross-up burn kick using their one-time use of the install when they're in burnout, and immediately put themselves into the corner again. And then instead of just holding up forward and trying to go far, they go burn kick to burn kick. Okay. A little bit of chaos there. But if they just backed up to mid-screen and waited it out, they'd be in a much stronger position. It didn't cost them everything, but it's a huge problem that a lot of players have. Oh, man. You got to block low. You got to block low. All right, let's see. The offense seemed not too bad. Nice Seismo. Plus frames. Okay, they know how to go for pressure. Yeah, they needed his block. If they just waited and used the regular jump, that would have been huge. Okay, you got mixed. That wasn't a terrible parry. That was kind of a decent mix-up from the Aki here. Throw loops. They went. This Aki player went for it, man. Okay, here's another thing about what's going on here that it's pretty subtle. Okay, notice how when they get knocked down, what do they do? What are they doing after these knockdowns, chat? Let me pop quiz you guys. If you remember what I would harp on during the slams. What are they doing or not doing? Let's watch this sequence. Pop quiz here. What is the problem with Toma's gameplay in the situation? Back rolling. Exactly. What's up, Sebastian? They're not back rolling. This is the #1 thing I harp on for the slam. This will instantly skyrocket your win rate in so many situations. This is the #1 habit I think newer players need, or less experienced players need to have, is to back roll. Back rolling is so important, and you see the immediate consequences of this. They get thrown once mid-screen, and now they're in a pure 50-50 every time they wake up. Because they're not back rolling, this setup becomes airtight. Every time they land this situation, it's going to beat the wake-up option that they go for. So right there, it's clean. Right there, look at the frame meter. Look at the frame meter when Viper gets up. It's like a meaty throw. They can't wake up buttons on that. If they back rolled, Aki cannot get a meaty throw like that mid-screen. So they're forced to take this hardcore mix because they're not back rolling. Same thing, and then the Aki player immediately quick reses as well, or doesn't tech. Yeah, see, the Aki player doesn't tech either. Okay, hold on. They got some offense, though. They're pretty good at doing super jump to burn kick. Aki almost burnt out. Okay, anti-air with the level 1. That wasn't bad. That was a good comeback, Toma. Okay, I see you. Your offense isn't bad, for sure. You're just getting into bad situations offensively. And see, even for the Aki player, like, this is a general trend. Like, this is crazy that this is 1,800 MR, by the way. This looks significantly better than a lot of 1,500 matches I see. This still looks better. But this is OD Fireball, Drive Rush, Overhead, OD move spend. Like, this is so much drive gauge spend so early in the round, and then they don't go into level 3. It's pretty risky, I would argue. Nice sequence, though, for the plus frames. Yeah, they were swinging that button too much. Okay, nice auto combo. Oh, you went a little too hard there. I don't know what that DP was about. Dry rush special. Oh, that's -15. Yeah. What could you have done there? These are situations where it's just like replay takeover really helps, right? I don't blame you for not knowing this punish. I wouldn't be ready here either. Here, let's take over. Oh, it's modern. I don't know what buttons are going to do what. Yeah, heavy. You can just do towards heavy here. Or like, even like auto combo heavy. Yeah. So that's just matchup knowledge. That's what one thing that Replay Takeover is amazing for. Oh, ballsy walk up throw right there. What? Toma, you don't throw them. You don't throw them. I see. That was very close. So I think in almost every single offensive situation that Toma had gained advantage, I like how they go for Oki. Like the fact that they're using Drive Rush to get in, and they get a knockdown from their combo conversion, whatever. They understand to use Drive Rush to get in and apply pressure. But once they get in, they always do jab, jab, jab. And I think this is a problem with learning, like, you know, up-and-coming players where they don't understand how to establish their offense. So they get this sequence, Drive Rush in, jab. This is powerful because they have to immediately now from this point forward guess if you're going to go for a tick throw or another frame trap. And of course, you can also do light pressure in order to like delay your buttons to catch them trying to jab you from overextending. But every single time they scored a knockdown, Toma would go for this pressure, right? Jab, 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 it's over. There's almost nothing you can do after this point. You took the safest offensive option, but now you're going to be left here, -2, and extending with this crouching medium punch itself is dangerous because Rio, for example, could have pressed jab there, could have pressed their own stand medium punch. If I was Rio, for example, here, I would have immediately been mashing after the 3 lights. I would have immediately, as Aki, mash stand medium, right? So if I switch to Replay Takeover as Aki here, dead, right? Immediately at 1, 2, 3. So here, let me back that up a little bit. This is a really key offensive structure thing to understand in this game. So 1, 2, 3, over, dead. So I think Aki gets, what'd she get there? She gets a light on counter hit. So it's very common because you're going to be left negative after the 3 lights, and it's very hard for the opponent to take their turn back. Now, Aki or Viper can sometimes threaten with like stand light kick versus some characters. I don't think it would work against Aki's 6-frame stand medium. But yeah, so Toma did not represent Drive Rush jab immediate throw or Drive Rush jab walk up to reset the pressure at all. So learning how to structure your pressure a little bit better is important. Using consecutive lights is good to do if your opponent shows that they never block and they always mash, but that's a common beginner trap. Oh shit, I got a knockdown, Drive Rush, jab, 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 jab. You ruined your turn. So, but not bad for 800 MR. Not bad. Okay, here's at 788 at the lowest I could find. This is a point of view of player who paid for boosting services? No, this is a point of view of Toma, Capcom's strongest soldier, man. They're at the lowest MR I've ever seen, maintaining a positive attitude and a growth mindset, and they're improving their gameplay as a result. They grew from 700 MR to like 1,200, I believe. Like 1,100. This is crazy that there's sub 1,000 players out there. Yeah, Drive Rush heavy. Actually, can Viper can punish that, right? Which palm was that? I always forget actually what this frame beat is. I'm learning here. This is training for me. This is -6, yeah. So what would it be? Like auto light? Can auto light do something? Yeah, auto light would have been good. Is that all her auto light is? Oh wow, weird. What up, Sebastian? Thanks for the 11 months. Yeah, happy holidays to you, man. Appreciate it. Good to see you kicking. It might be rare to be sub 800 and then to be legend rank. I think so. I can't get the numbers on that, but there's only 500 legends. I don't know if there's 500 people who are less than 800 MR. Okay, this knockdown's good. I like them attempting the overhead. Oh, man, they got anti-air. They got modern. Punish. Good awareness. A little bit heavy on the meter usage. Good block on that. Yeah, they're going to be +1. Okay. This is not going to work if you don't anti-air. Okay, this is clearly just needs to work on anti-airing. Setting the dummy to just walk back and forth and hold up forward and practice the muscle memory to actually input the anti-air. I mean, you have modern. It's going to be one button. You know, it shouldn't be hard. They're just like not thinking about it and don't have that muscle or awareness ready at all. Like that has to improve. That would be my like back roll every time, and then use that. Oh, they went low. Look at that. They used driver's crushing leg kick. So they're mixing between overhead and low. Yeah, the size was not going to be good. Jamie's going to be taking to the air too much. Nice punish. Heavy auto. I like it. I like it. I've seen 900 MR in ranked, but usually it's players who auto accept an AFK. Is that some kind of scheme to just farm what, drive tickets? What is even the point of that? I'm not battle pass pilled enough to understand what the point of any of these weird currencies are. Drive rush overhead. Punish. That was, I mean, it's good. It's good that you did this, but I still think this was like an autopilot situation. Once you have more matchup awareness, you'll recognize that Jamie whiffed a DP and you could kill them. But at least, you know, any punish is better than no punish. Yeah, and this Jamie player is just too nutty. You can't be using overly committal options. And they're gonna do that. Nice. Oh, look at the matchup awareness and the player read there. So they lose this game. Is that how? You might just be dead. Oh, that's a painful one. Ouch. Yeah, you're playing. Tomov was playing really good here. This is just understanding your opponent and not giving them any opportunity. This guy was super nutty. You didn't want to overly commit to bigger buttons because they're going to jump or do a random palm. I think baiting their approach and punishing them is definitely the way to go against a player like this. However, you got to anti-air. If Toma could anti-air with the modern DP, that would have tied this together. But because they didn't have anti-airs that strong, they're trying to play a little bit more aggressively on the ground because they can't look for the air that well, and then they overcommit on the buttons. And then, yeah, that was a huge whiff punish. Good try, Toma. But the progression is there. You can already see they're using drive rush overhead and drive rush crouch and leg kick instead of just drive rush jabs. So you can see the progression. Okay, here they are at 1100 MR, so there's growth. Let's see. Let's look for back rolls. I want to see if there's any back rolls or any anti-airs. That'll skyrocket their MR at least another 100 free. Okay, modern versus modern. No anti-air. That would be huge. Oh, shimmied. Okay, you're good. Is that their anti-air instead of doing the DP or using perfect parry anti-air? Are they going to start using the focused attack for the anti-air? Kind of like a Street Fighter V Ryu with their parry. Okay. They're still not back rolling, so they're forced into these situations. Like, even here, I don't know about this one. With this, nah. So from that knockdown, it wouldn't matter. But in general, you just always want to back roll to avoid giving easy strike throw mix. Dude, they're swinging. Jump heavy knockdown. But here also, I mean, this would be hard to react to for anybody, but if you had tech that, you would have avoided the strike throw mix. Can you force a burnout? Okay. Okay, well, that was some offense, a little bit of mix there.
まあまあだったわね。
There's a little bit of mix there. Nice. Yeah, I'm starting to get the impression that they've picked up this weird habit of using the focus attack as the anti-air option. Like, this is going to be their anti-air instead of using the DP, absorb the jump in and punish. But it's just not good. I'm not sure if that's what they're meaning to do. That's a thought process, but they just need the Thunder Dash anti-air. Nice jump out of the corner. And then what is this? No back roll. So got swinging right now. Okay. Their offense is getting pretty good. Overhead! Oh, shit. Okay, they got mix. Okay, hold on. Yeah. There's high, lows, and mids. Like, against the Aki, that's when they're at their weakest, because they only went for dry rush jabs. Okay. They know how to structure the looping offense in the corner. Let's see how they deal with Ma in Japan. Street Fighter 6 Santa Claus. Merry Christmas. The elves are working on a balance patch to help the World Warriors on the nice list and nerf the World Warriors on the naughty list. Only 3 more months. Is that how they're doing it? Pure bias? Oh shit, look at this. This is not a full auto combo. They started with the auto, and then I guess that gives you the just frame. This must give you the perfect instant air burn kick, because now this is a frame perfect setup to get this Thunder Dash to connect after. If you do this manually, you have to get a frame perfect instant jump medium burn kick to get the medium Thunder Dash into the follow-up for better damage and better Oki. So that's interesting how the auto combo gives you that automatically, the frame perfect setup, and then they've learned to then add on the actual manual input quarter circle back on top of the auto combo to get the better extension from it. So that they evolve some tech. Oh, whoa. This is good Oki. I don't even do this. Dash up after, crouching MK, link into the DP. I legit have not used this. That's really good. I'm actually stealing that. Oh, they're getting a little disrespectful with it. Is it really frame perfect? It's height perfect. I think there's a bit of a buffer in there. I don't exactly know how it works, because it's based on the height. You have to get it on the first available frame when you leave the ground. That's all I know. I don't know. I don't think it's a frame perfect timing to actually input it, because I think there's a bit of a buffer when coming off the ground. But if you do it too early, you're going to get the ground burn kick, and if you do it too late, you're going to get the air burn kick, but on a later frame, and it's not going to give you the right height. But I do think there's a buffer, so it's a little tight. I don't think it's frame perfect either. I like this jump heavy kick option. Mixing and grabs though. Wow, this my player is not ready for this. Oh, they went for the same. Okay, that's their new. They rinse and repeat the same sequence. It looks like they figured out one combo. This is great, because this combo version they're doing, like I said, they got creative, adding on the medium Thunder Dash here to the Oki after the follow up, and they found one new setup, and they're rinse and repeating this until it stops working, or maybe not even. This is so important. I definitely think finding some airtight Oki on a knockdown that you can loop, and you get the hit, go into the knockdown, you have your airtight Oki setup that will beat wake up mashing on both regular get up and back roll, run that shit, run that play over and over until it doesn't work anymore. That is really important when you're coming up, so that you're not thinking too hard about your flow chart for offense. That shouldn't be where your brain power is being spent. So just looping that in the lab and getting that down is huge. And they're hit confirming it. They got their sequence. If it hits, they go into the DP follow-up and they run that shit. Okay. They're not immediately throwing out Seismo. I think that's pretty good. The Seismos are always a little risky. Good defense. Nah, no anti-air. That's the biggest issue I see with their game plan fundamentally right now is lack of anti-airs. Oki, are they gonna go dash low? Or just time the low regularly? Is that gonna work? Nice. Oh, don't do that. Look at the patience. I like this. Oh, hold on. I don't think I've seen them do that this entire time. What was that, a little feint to bait them out? Look at that. Okay. So they do down special and then the drive parry input to do the feint. That's interesting. They have the parry macro from modern. So just down special, then parry input. That gives you a Seismo feint. Okay. Yeah, they're kind of pinned in the corner there. Nice parry on the my fan bounce. If only they had DPs, but I like that super jump out. Just the button saying MK to super jump to escape. Well, they're playing some footsies right now. Overhead. Okay, they got Oki. That's huge. All right, you can see the growth even in just those couple of games. That was sick. Yeah, in the first game, you could see that they were overly committing to just like regular jab, jab, jab meaties, which gives you no mix whatsoever. And then as they went on, they incorporated the lows and the drive rush overhead as well. Then you saw that they actually had a flowchart setup. They optimized their combo conversion to get better Oki. And once they had that, they were able to then, when they scored a hit, convert to more damage and momentum. And then when they weren't actually having their offense running, they were just in neutral, they played way more calm and collected. And you can see that they incorporated way less Seismos picking their spots so they wouldn't randomly get jumped in on. And they also incorporated the feint, used a super jump to get out of the corner. In the beginning, they were spamming burn kicks and burning themselves out instantly. You have to pick your spots. So you can clearly see the difference between their 700, 800 MR gameplay and their 1100 MR gameplay. And I actually learned a new setup to go for that crouching light kick, or crouching medium kick after the medium thunder dash Oki setup. So that was very big. So shout out to Toma. I think they're ranked strongest soldier, having a super positive attitude and growth mindset, even when in the depths of 3-digit MR hell. So I think that's really important to show that no matter where you are, if you have a positive mindset, you can improve. And so if you're struggling with your MR dropping too low, just remember, think of what Toma would do. All right, hit the lab, grind up. All right, that's all I got for this one. Peace. Boom. All right, clip it and ship it. Send it to YouTube. Send it to the slot mines. Yeah, I actually learned something there. I actually learned something there. Okay. We got more coming, though. Can I start recording here? I have this thing set to auto remux my recordings, and I don't know how it operates, to be quite honest. One second here. Can I start recording again? Oh, sweet. Okay. All right, we got new Core A gaming. It's always an event when Core A uploads, but you might be wondering what's going on because there's no upload on his channel. That's because it's on the 2XKO channel. Somehow, some way, 2XKO had the foresight to hire Core A Gaming to produce an official beginner's guide to fighting games. Now, the question here is it as good as my 2XKO basics that you actually need to know guide, right? Or I tell people to practice doing ABC tag, ABC tag. Very high level stuff for a beginner player. So we'll see if this video is actually any better than that. And we'll get into what beginner aspects does Core A think people need to know when getting into 2XKO, because 2XKO is kind of ridiculously freaking hard, I think, for beginners, or at least mid-level players. It depends on how you look at it. I think for beginners, it's easy to mash in, but for mid-level players who want to know what they're doing, it gets progressively more difficult. So let's see what Core A Gaming's up to.
If you're new to 2XKO or fighting games in general, you might have had the following experience. You do the tutorial to learn how to play, jump into a match, and your opponent starts attacking you. Not able to remember everything on the spot, you end up randomly pressing buttons, hoping for a hit to land. Whether you end up winning or losing, you're not sure why. Then you realize there are people who seem to really know what they're doing, and the voice in your head starts telling you that you are bad at fighting games and don't belong here. It may be counterintuitive, but knowing you're bad at fighting games actually makes you fit right in with everyone else in the fighting game community. In FGC language, someone who is defeated easily is called free, and it comes from the arcade days where if you could beat your opponent, you could keep playing for free while the loser had to pay more coins to try again.
Wait, hold on. Is that true? The etymology of the word free in the FGC and in fighting games or in competitive games in general, is that true? Or is what is the term, the word used for when you reassign meaning to a phrase or make up an origin or meaning behind a word or acronym after the fact to make it fit in its current usage? Kind of like how meta, people started to imply that, oh, meta is an acronym. It means most effective tactics available, which is not fucking true. That is not how that worked. People assign that after the fact. Malapropism? Maybe that might be the most accurate way to describe it, but that's usually used for like when you say a phrase incorrectly, like you're literally using the wrong sounds and words. I don't know. I'm wondering if that's true or not. A backronym? Yeah. You thought it was like Freelo, like free Elo? That wouldn't come for the fighting games. There was no Elo for fighting games in forever. Even now, MRs, people don't know that MR is Elo. Retroactive? Yeah, I mean, retroactive. It's a retroactively assigned definition. There might be a word that actually describes that phenomena, right? I wonder if that's true. That makes sense. It's logical. Yeah, I could play for free after I beat this guy, therefore they're free. But actually, I never considered where the word free came from. Free, it just kind of makes sense to me. It's such a ubiquitous word to me for when someone is just free. It just makes sense. I don't even think about it. There's no logical hoops I'm jumping through my brain. But I wonder if that's actually how it originated. I feel like free as in taking low effort could just come about naturally. Right. Because to me, that's, if I had to think about it, it was, this guy is, this opponent takes a lot of effort to beat. They're not free. This opponent takes no effort. That's free. It's a free win. I more see it as a free win, which means it's talking about the effort, not the monetary value. That's where I would say the term derived from. The amount of effort expended, not the amount of actual money. But I don't mind, even if this is not true, that this is where it originated from, I don't mind it because it helps tie back into FGC culture, which, as you can clearly see, this video is not just a beginner's guide to fighting games. It's also a beginner's guide to understanding FGC culture a little bit.
Of course, no one wants to be easy to beat, but everyone, including the best players, experience what it's like to be free, and this shared experience has become a ritual. At the end of each Evo, they play a clip of a classic
One thing that I think is hard for people to understand, especially if they don't compete heavily, is that you will always be made free, and even the best players on planet fucking Earth have times where other people make them look free. And it doesn't even mean the people that beat them are necessarily that much better than them, or it can sometimes just be that day they came prepared for a strategy you weren't ready for, or whatever way you want to go about explaining it. It's not always that black and white. For example, Mena RD is right now the best Street Fighter 6 player on the planet. Ending Walker made him look free when they last played. I think was at Red Bull Kumite, or was it Esports World Cup? I forget. Ending Walker beat him like 5-0. Ending Walker is one of the best players on the planet as well. But does that make Mena free? He was free in that set. And I think something that happens with fighting games and competition, like the losses could be so brutal that people get scared to look free. And other people mock other people for looking free as well. And I think it's very important to just be able to take your lumps and move on. I get made to look free all the fucking time. And if I never looked free, I would never get a win. Like, it's just part of it. Happens all the time. And I see people try to shame me for losing to whatever. Like, it's just part of it. And I think when people project that, like they try to shame people for looking free in these moments, it's because I would assume it's projection, because they're scared to look free themselves, even though that's the part of the journey that helps you to improve to be the player that makes other people look free more often, right? So I think it's important to understand that it's okay to be beat really fucking bad in fighting games. It happens to even the best players.
Hong Kong film where the hero releases the prisoners and says, yeah, it's a funny meme at this point, but the deeper meaning behind it is that knowing you're free means you have the humility to learn and get better. The very act of watching this video right now means you have this mindset, and I'm going to show you the one thing you need to know that will unlock an entire genre's worth of strategy. It's going to sound crazy,
nice transition,
but that one thing is blocking. Blocking is as fundamental to defense in fighting games as walls are to...
You lost all the... You know how many viewers clicked off right now? Listen, you know the old saying, I didn't pay $0 to block. All right? That you heard that? That was the sound of every fucking player being like, boo, I'm gonna mash, fuck blocking. But it's true. It's true. Just understanding the concept of turn taking is so vital to being able to actually play a fighting game, that if you never understand that blocking is so pivotal, you'll never actually grow to play.
First-person shooters. The problem is that blocking is not intuitive in the way hiding behind a box-person shooter. Blocking is as fundamental to defense in fighting games as walls are to first-person shooters. The problem is that blocking is not intuitive in the way hiding behind a box is in Valorant. We've all played hiding games as a child, but not every child has learned how to block overheads. But blocking is not exciting. An Australian fighting game player who was being coached half-jokingly said, I didn't pay $60 to block. There's a lot of good news, however. 2XKO...
I like the comparison to hiding behind a box in a shooting game. I think that was clever framing from Gerald here to bring in like Valorant, or, you know, try to make connections to the other genres of Riot games.
Is free to play and thus free to block. And the concept of blocking only takes 3 minutes to learn. The best part about learning how to block is that it will open up an entire new genre of gaming for you, and earning your wins with these strategies in a fighting game is one of the most rewarding gaming experiences you can have. The best part is, you already know about movement and attacking from other games, so blocking is just one more thing.
Was that an MLG Halo 3 kid? Halo 2, man. I was a Halo 3 boomer. By the time Halo 3 came out, I was like, man, Halo fell off. I was 14 years old playing that Halo 3 beta at my friend's house. I was like, man, they don't make Halos like they used to. No, it's all about Halo 2. Halo 3 is amazing, don't get me wrong, but I preferred Halo 2 multiplayer, like the feel of it, BXR, double shot. But I mean, Halo 3 was probably the greatest gaming package of all time. But I definitely preferred Halo 2 and Halo 1. I prefer those two.
After watching this video, you'll start to see the strategy in 2XKO matches and hopefully apply them yourself.
Okay.
Ready? Let's go. Blocking in a fighting game allows you to take a hit without suffering any damage, or minimal damage depending on the blocked attack. The blocking system in
True,
2X
chip
KO
damage.
has been in fighting games since the 80s and hasn't really changed much, and the game even still uses the 8-directional control scheme. The command is, hold back to block. This
Classic.
phrase has become a sort of secret handshake or even a shibboleth in fighting game circles because it is unique to fighting games and it indicates knowledge of how to play without random button mashing. But note that in 2X KO,
Is that the secret handshake I should be using? Should I be going up to random people on the street who like kind of have that fighting game look on them? You know what I'm saying? You know the look. When you're getting close to a fighting game event, when you're getting close to that hotel ballroom, like you know you're at a fighting game tournament. It's very apparent when you get close to a fighting game tournament. There's a certain fashion sense that you can tell. So I should be going up to people with some baggy jeans on and a graphic t-shirt being like, hey man, hold back to block. Is that the secret code?
it will instruct you to hold away instead of back. It's the same concept, just different terminology. If you ever need a glossary for fighting games, the one by Infill is the gold standard.
True.
So on the 8-way controller, hold away to block while standing. This is called high block, and yeah, your champion will walk backwards, don't be alarmed. Hold down away to block crouching, this is called low block. And in the air, you can hold any away direction to air block.
These are
Now,
real.
note that the direction to hold
real
away
basics.
flips when your opponent is on the other side. This matters because side switching happens suddenly and often, and on purpose by attackers to make it harder to block.
Game
So
over.
why are there 3 types of blocking? Because it allows there to be different
This
types
is
of
tough, man. Imagine trying to.
Just
This
by
is a beginner's guide, right? You're trying to get people into the game.
attackers.
And
This matters because
this
side switching
situation
happens suddenly.
they just showed is like a good 6 seconds of straight defense just to be fucked over by a crazy cross-up mix. And then after this hit lands, you're not going to be playing for another 20 seconds into another guess situation. Fighting games are a tough sell. This is a tough sell. I wonder, like, this is informative, but I do wonder if it's the most effective thing to get people into games. I don't know. I always wonder about that. This is definitely way more basic fighting game fundamentals than my guide, for example. My guide was like, press these buttons at this time. Like, just make your hands do this to start playing the game. And not even worrying about the concepts, really. But in that video, I still got some comments where people were saying, oh, this is too advanced for a beginner's guide. Some people were complaining about it, even though I'm just trying to say, just press these buttons. Don't worry about the concepts yet. So I wonder, it's interesting. It's always difficult to know like what can actually help people get over that hurdle.
So
and
why
not
are
scare
there
them
3
away.
types of blocking? Because it allows there to be different types of attacks, each one beating certain types of blocking, but not others. Every champion has 3 different attack
And then he
types,
starts showing the Yasuo
which are
bullshit.
high-
Are you
it
selling people
allows
in the
there to be
game?
diff-
This
So
one
why
should
are
not
there 3
exist.
types of blocking? Because it allows there to be different
This
types
one?
of attacks, each
Right here. This move is so messed up. This Yasuo, if you don't know what's going on here, Yasuo does the jump in, and then this special move keeps him in the air, and all of these hits are high. I think they might have nerfed some of the subsequent hits to whiff or to be mids,
one beating
but it's like
certain
a
types
it's
of
like a
blocking,
3
but
or 4
not
hit
others.
overhead.
Every champion has 3 different
so
attack
messed up.
types, which are high, mid, and low. To identify them, high attacks are usually attacks from the air, mid and low attacks are usually from the
He can't cancel it on block anymore, thank God.
ground, and low attacks are usually crouching attacks that look like they are aiming for your legs or ankles. To know for sure, you can check in training mode. High block defends against high and mid attacks, but loses to low attacks. The logic is that your legs are vulnerable while standing.
Very
Low
true.
block defense.
I like how he uses the
The logic is that your legs.
the highlights here to show what they're aiming for. That's a good visual aid. I think a big problem with fighting games for new players is that there's very little visual aid to explain what's happening. You kind of have to just know how the mechanics work to a degree at the base fundamental level. Even though they've improved with different icons for different other states. And this, I do agree, it's a little bit intuitive that, you know, they're going low, they're hitting your legs. There's a bit of intuition there. I like these visual aids that he's cooking
are
up.
vulnerable while standing. Low block defends against low and mid attacks, but loses to high attacks. The logic is that you're not guarding above your head when crouching. Air block defends against all three, high, mid, and low attacks, but you have to be in the air to do it. The logic is... I don't know. This is just video game logic. The general blocking strategy is to high block when your opponent is in the air, and low block when they're on the ground. But a good blocker can be like a turtle, so they gave everyone a move that beats all forms of blocking called throw. Throw can be done in the air or on the ground, but you must be close to your opponent to do it. If not, you'll just grab nothing and look like a fool.
For something more.
But if both players do a throw command around the same time, it will cancel each other out in what's called throw escape, and no one gets hurt. And that's it. As promised, 3 minutes to show you what blocking is. Now, by itself, this might feel like an overcomplicated version of rock, paper, scissors, so we need to combine...
Hold on, let's see this graphic. This is one of the graphics I've been wishing there was a gold standard for us to have to share. The basics of the RPS of fighting games. So this is good. High block blocks high attack. Low block blocks mid attack. How do they show this? Let's see.
Like an
okay, low block.
Let me go back. 3 minutes to show you what blocking is. Now,
so high block blocks high and mid.
Itself,
okay.
This might feel like an
low block blocks mid and low, and air block blocks all of them. That's good to show how blocking works. I wish there was a way to incorporate grab and make this sort of an RPS wheel to show how all the interactions work. Because once you understand the blocking versus throw, and the reason why you want to avoid letting the opponent get close to you is because throw beats everything, then I think it clicks like the whole point, the fencing battle of fighting games. At that point, it just makes sense. Now, how you go about applying that to a real match is a different story. That's going to take time, but then you at least get the concept. Like, hey, obviously I want to push them away because I don't want them to let them get close to throw, but I can also block if they're not going for throws. Like, that RPS becomes a lot more clear and can guide your progression from there.
So we need to combine this with attacking and movement. When it comes to movement, it's not all that different from other games. Dashing is a burst of speed, jumping makes you go high and far, super jumping makes you go higher and further. What might feel weird at first is that jumping trajectories are fixed. Only super jumps let you drift in the air. Also, some privileged champions can dash in the air.
Privileged?
The most important things to know for 2xKO is that there's a tiny window where you cannot
Bias
block
from
while
Gerald's
dashing.
coming through.
There's a tiny window where you cannot block when starting a jump. People get hit here a lot when trying to jump away from an attack.
Yeah, that gets me cooked.
Lastly,
the fact that chicken blocking in this game is pretty bad is very tough for someone who played a decent amount of Marvel. And also, the dashing is so easy to get into since you can just mash dash forward or back to move around. You will get clipped a lot by these massive moves being too careless with your dashing. So the movement is kind of addicting in 2xKO, but you will get clipped.
Dodge ground throws. Hit the fool on the way down. That's
Why is he clowning on Yasuo?
Now for the fun part, attacking. In League of Legends or
should he have put the attacking first? All that defense, all of this prerequisite to deal with the bullshit other people are throwing at you so that you can finally play the game. Fighting games are tough, man. Fighting games are tough.
Valorant, you can move and attack even while getting hit. It's almost like they don't feel pain. But in 2xKO, getting hit clearly puts your champion in a lot of pain. Just look at the animation. During this pain animation, you cannot attack, cannot move, cannot tag, and cannot block until the animation finishes. You're momentarily stunned, which is why this state is called hit stun. If you get hit again while in hit stun, then it's called a combo, and this counter pops up counting how many hits there are in a row. The only way to break out of a combo is when your break meter is full and you spend it. It's kinda like a get out of jail free card.
Okay,
so
good explanation.
wisely. Without it, you cannot control your champion until the combo finishes. It's like watching an unskippable cutscene of you getting beaten up.
He's highlighting the pain.
Because almost any hit can lead.
God. The genre doesn't sound very good, does it? The genre doesn't sound very good. This I think is important though. So many people do not understand once they start getting hit, like what the fuck is going on, and they start mashing. They start mashing the whole time. I do feel like this might be able to send it home for them. That yes, you're actually stuck there until the combo ends, they drop, whatever. You are not in control of this interaction. You just have to look for the next opportunity to take your turn back and try to play again. I like it that they put up the icon of the controller flashing red X. That makes it clear. And using Yasuo is a good choice.
Any hit can lead into a long and damaging combo. You really do not want to get hit. So why do people get hit in the first place?
Good question.
Often because they are doing an attack or special move.
Why the fuck did you get hit, dummy?
But the only way to see what's really going on is to go frame by frame. Historically, fighting games were played at 60 frames per second, so one frame is measured as 1/60th of a second. Every attack animation has 3 parts that each last for a certain number of frames. The first part is just winding up for the attack, so it doesn't do any harm. The second part is where contact is made and damage done, and the third part is a follow-through animation which also does no damage. These are called startup, active, and recovery frames, and it kind of reflects how martial arts work in real life. Nobody can punch, kick, or slash without startup frames because that would be superhuman and look super weird. Because you cannot block during an attacking animation, the startup and recovery frames are great
Good counter hit. I like that one.
Hit someone.
What is that from?
Tiny startup and look super punch weird.
I definitely, during the slam, I definitely wish I could have done this. All right, pretty good counter hit demonstration.
During an attacking animation, the startup and recovery frames are great windows of opportunities to hit someone. But they are tiny windows, so timing is everything. A difference of a couple of frames can determine who gets to do their combo and who has to watch the unskippable cutscene. Here's why. If 2 Dariuses do the same attack at the exact same time, both will trade hits and both will be in hit stun, so no one gets comboed. But say Pink Darius presses the button 1 frame sooner. He then completely wins the exchange and puts Blue Darius in a devastating combo.
True.
If
Game
Pink
of
Darius
frames
is 1 frame slower, then he completely loses the exchange. But here, it just seems like a game of reactions. So where's the strategy? The strategy is to press the attack button with the faster animation or less startup frames. If Pink Darius pressed the light attack button instead of heavy here, his active frame would come out 7 frames faster than Blue Darius. Even if Pink Darius pressed the button 1 frame later, or even up to 6 frames later, Pink would still completely win the exchange. So is the strategy just to use the fastest attack to increase the chance of winning these exchanges? In this case, sure, but while speed is important, it doesn't matter if the attack doesn't reach. If both Dariuses were a little further apart...
This is getting kind of technical. This is getting... I like this. I've literally had videos in the past covering this exact same topic, but I love, of course, the presentation, the writing, the editing here, the visualization of this. This makes it so clear. This is also how you jockey for position in neutral, right? Like, obviously, you want to be faster, but usually fast speed is sacrificing for range. So at certain ranges, your fast options are no longer threatening, and therefore you're making use of your other options. And that therefore the spacing that you're standing at and using your movement to get in and out of those ranges changes which options become effective at very fast speed, including your movement and your opponent's movement, right? So that's where it becomes extremely dynamic, is no one is sitting still and you have all these options, and their viability is quickly changing instantly as the match progresses.
And Pink Darius did his faster light attack, Blue Darius would win simply because the heavy attack has more reach, and it will hit Pink Darius during his attack's recovery frames. The general rule of thumb is that faster attacks are shorter range, while slower attacks are longer range. The 3 normal attack buttons are light, medium, and heavy, but you can also kind of see them as fast, medium, slow, and short, medium, long. The general strategy is to use fast attacks when close and longer attacks when further away. But in the examples I gave, it assumes both players are ready to attack each other at the same time or close to the same time. In a real match with moving champions, you will be caught off guard at one point. You will know their attack is already coming, and any attack you do will lose out because it will be too late or not enough reach.
Punishment. Punishment.
This is where you bust out the fastest move in the game. Block. Even the fastest attacks have startup frames. Blocking has no startup frames because it is instantaneous. Block when you cannot escape and when you know your attack will likely lose to their attack. It's actually not that different from taking cover behind a wall when caught off guard in an FPS, but in fighting games, you can pull up that wall immediately. But while blocking is better than getting hit, you will now...
I think that's an important topic to cover because blocking being instantaneous is not intuitive for a lot of people getting into 2D fighting games, actually. And for example, like, the inverse, when I went to go play Tekken, the fact that there's while standing, that there's a state between standing and crouching, there's while standing, that is not an instantaneous transition, was mind-blowing to me. When picking up Tekken, even Tekken 7, when I was playing that, I was like, what the fuck, there's a while standing state? That was mind-blowing, because, you know, from 2D fighting games, everything's instantaneous. You instantly go from crouch to stand, and then there's also... pre-jump frames, I guess. That's the only comparable state I can think of is pre-jump frames when you go to jump. While rising, sure, if that's the term, while rising. And I think a lot of people who are picking up fighting games don't understand that block is like always instantaneous. There's no startup to blocking. So if you ever got hit and it's not a counter hit or a punish counter or a punish, that means you could have blocked it. You just didn't. There's nothing in the game engine that prevented you from doing that. You just failed to react or failed to comply with that block in that situation.
Be stuck in a blocking state called block stun, where you cannot move, attack, or tag for a brief moment. Blocking a series of attacks will keep you in block stun, and in 2x KO, this will happen a lot. However, this is not an unskippable cutscene. You can still do like 4 things. Switch between high block and low block, push away your opponent with push assist, try to get away yourself with retreating guard, and if you have it, break. These defensive mechanics will save your life.
I love this chart he's building up.
Assist, everything, and you defensive mechanics.
So attacking special, hit stun, block stun. So while you're doing your attacks, you can attack, tag, and break. While in hit stun, all you can do is break. And during block stun, you can block, you can break, you can push assist or retreating guard. This is such a great reference to show the options. I definitely think this kind of a visual reference should be focused on a lot more when trying to teach these
but you will not be able to
interacting
block
systems.
Everything, and you will eventually get hit and knocked down. In a knockdown state, you also cannot move, attack, or tag, and it starts from the hit or throw that knocked you down and ends when you get up again. But the knockdown states are more merciful because you are invincible for much of its duration, which is indicated by this white outline on your champion. But your opponent will not be merciful and will be ready to hit you as soon as you get up again. They can even time their attack so their active frames hit you the moment your attack starts, guaranteeing you will lose the exchange. Luckily, you can choose one of 3 locations to get up to be a harder target, and there is the get up attack option that has invincible startup frames, but be careful. It also has lots of recovery frames, leaving you vulnerable. One last note is that knockdown states can happen in the air too, also with multiple positioning options. So now I've described the 4 states you can be in that does not let you freely move.
Whoa. Let's check this out. Man, he keeps building on this. Beginner's guide here, by the way. The fighting games. Welcome to fighting games. Amazing. This chart would have been a lot simpler if this was a traditional, like, imagine Street Fighter. I guess you would have like drive reversal and a few other options, but it just keeps going. All the air tech options and all that, it's very interesting. So knockdown, you can break, you can tech roll, air tech, or get up attack.
Basically the ones that make you stuck. You can only move or attack when not in any of these 4 states, and for reference, we'll call this the ready.
So these are the states where you can't do anything.
State. The reason why hold commands are so effective, like blocking, jumping, and get up options, is because you can hold during a stuck state so that the command will activate as soon as you get to ready state. No need to time it.
Is he talking about
The parry
buffering?
mechanic, on the other hand, is riskier because it must be timed perfectly, especially because it has lots of recovery frames. So how do you use all these concepts to win? The advantage in a fighting game comes from being in a ready state while your opponent is still in one of the 4 stuck states, even if it's just by 1 frame or 50 frames. If you want to be a scientist, you can see the exact amount of frame advantage or disadvantage in training mode, but tag games like 2XKO do not require knowing exact numbers in most cases.
I don't know how I feel about this. This is all true, and this is all stuff that you want to know to understand fighting games at a deeper level and less intuition and more explicit understanding. However, I would argue that beginners mostly just need to mash. I think there's something to be said to just feel how things operate with trial by fire, and then come back and get a little bit of these pieces of this arcane knowledge, and then pick it up as you go, because this is drinking from a fire hose right now. This is a lot of information to take in, and none of this will translate to your hands doing what you need them to do in order to competently play a match. I do feel like the RPS of rock, paper, scissors and all that is super important. And but there's so many mechanics, it's hard to get into all of it. Most functional practical beginner guides, functional practical ones, you would just say, don't worry about this. I probably would not even tell them about tech roll. I would explain to them blocking, and then I would explain to them grabbing beats blocking. And then when they go, hey, I'm blocking, but I'm getting grabbed, what's going on? I would go, oh yeah, when you tech roll, you can get grabbed and you can't do anything about it. This is what tech roll is. This is how to beat it. This is how to use it. You know what I mean? I would let them be confused about this mechanic for a while until it's time to come back up. So that's the tough part about this. And like I mentioned before, my beginner's guide, I think my beginner's guide was a little practical guide of like, just practice these things and do these things. I didn't talk about any of the mechanics hardly. I did talk about retreating guard and parry a little bit. I mentioned they exist, but I didn't talk about them to a degree. I just mentioned like, hey, hitting block beat strikes, throws beat blocking. You're trying to move around to force people to block so that you can throw them or mix them up. And people will get hit because they don't want you to move around to threaten the throw. So they'll press attacks and move too. And that's when they can make themselves vulnerable and you'll hit them. Try to do ABC, tag ABC to increase pressure or to make a combo. Your combos will be ABC launcher, AB special. Practice doing those. Like that to me is like everything you should be thinking about practically. This is more like the college course of Fighting Games 101. How the states all interact to make a functional game. This is very in-depth. I'm actually very surprised by it. But this is not an easy problem to solve. Like I'm not like faulting Gerald for this or anything. It's like a question of what is the goal of the piece of content. We'll see how this operates by the end of it. I do not see this being a practical guide for anyone to actually play the game. This is more and I can see that by the title, Beginner's Guide to Fighting Games. This is more about understanding how the games operate under the hood to appreciate them a bit more. But this is not going to actually translate to you playing the game. This is not going to translate to you playing the game, I don't think.
It's much better to know which situations overall put you in advantage or disadvantage. I'm going to give you some common examples so you can get some ideas on how to form your own strategy.
Maybe I'm wrong. Let's see.
At the beginning
Prove
of the
me wrong,
match,
Gerald.
neither player has advantage or disadvantage, which is why the situation is called neutral. The goal is to put yourself at advantage to maximize your chance of landing a hit while not getting hit yourself. The strategies for neutral are endless, but I will start with the most basic one. Walk up to your opponent and hit them.
There we go.
If this sounds
There
like a
we
terrible
go. That's what I'm talking about. Beginner guide. Walk up and hit them. Yes.
idea, then congratulations. You are thinking strategically.
There we
Darius
go.
with his long reach will chop you long before you get to him.
Oh.
But if Echo jumps at him right before, Darius would whiff his attack and be stuck in an attack state where he cannot block.
Okay.
Echo, still
It's
in
coming
ready
together.
state, is free to strike. Hitting someone on their attack's recovery frames like this is called a punish, and a message will pop up. Let's rewind, but this time, Darius does a faster attack, allowing him to get to ready state before Echo reaches him. With both in ready state, there are many possibilities. 1. Echo attacks, Darius blocks.
Yes.
Block jumping attacks give the attacker serious frame advantage because the landing cuts off the attack animation and puts them in ready state immediately. Still stuck in block stun, Darius attacking here would be super risky. 2. Echo attacks, Darius does down heavy. The startup frames of down plus heavy are invincible to air attacks, so it is designed to be what's known as an anti-air. If in pulse mode, mash light to do a combo right after.
Okay.
3. Darius does down heavy and Echo blocks.
That was a brushed over detail, but I feel like that is beginner's guide. If opponent jumps at you, press down heavy and then mash pulse. Like that is it.
Can vary
You don't
here,
got to understand why it works or how, but that is it.
depending on the timing. Darius does down heavy and Echo blocks. Advantage can vary here depending on the timing. 4. Both block and have a stare down. This often ends with one throwing the other and putting them in a knockdown state. The forward throw in this game is special because the downed player cannot choose where to get up like in normal knockdown situations. This is called a hard knockdown, and every champion's throw should give plenty of frame advantage to attack before their opponent can. With the target locked down, the attacker can plan it so the opponent won't know what attack will happen upon getting up, or even bait them. Another situation where an attacker can get serious advantage is with lingering projectiles or bombs. This is because by the time the defender gets in block or hit stun, the attacker is already in a ready state able to move around. Echo players love playing keep away while throwing time winders and dashing in when one makes contact.
We haven't even
And
brought
Jinx
assists
players
up
can
yet.
even combo hit stun from projectiles from full screen. But the ultimate advantage comes from a tag assist because your point character
There
can
it
be
is.
in ready state the entire time. It has the out-of-body benefits of projectiles, but you can call a tag assist while moving and attacking.
There it is.
So they can protect you both on defense and offense, and it will let you extend combos. In the earlier example, if Echo jumped at Darius with a tag assist, it would beat his down plus heavy, and you can
Yes.
combo off the hit stun.
Beginner guide.
Yes, it's that good. But
Beginner guide. Jump and press assist button. That's in my beginner guide. My guide to neutral, I said, hey, move around and then jump and press assist. That was my beginner's guide. And then if the assist hits them, do light, medium, heavy, and then press assist again. Light, medium, heavy, special, press assist, and tag to the other guy.
careful. And you can combo off the hit stun.
Yeah, jump plus assist is
Yes,
so good.
It's that good. But be careful. Tag assists can get hit, so you risk getting both your champions killed at the same time.
Hence the
Sometimes
name.
it's just better to block. This is a lot to absorb, but
Yes.
at least now you know how these games work. If you're ready to break in and give the game a go, here are some good final things to know. Use a controller you are so comfortable with that you can access the button you want immediately. This matters because in fighting games, timing is everything. Almost any controller can be good, and the best players do not all use any one type.
That's
Just
very
avoid
true.
analog sticks for your directionals if you can avoid it.
I don't even know if I agree with that. Some people do have problems with not understanding which direction they're pressing with analog sticks, but a lot of strong fighting game players use controllers and they use the analog stick. When I played Street Fighter 4, when I first learned it, I learned it on analog stick because I played shooting games. I played Xbox 360. You play every game with the analog stick. I exclusively use the analog stick. So, but however, I coached Ari Summer and she had the issue where she did not understand what direction she was holding. And so that did come up as well. So that does sometimes happen to beginners where they think they're holding down back, for example, but actually they're only holding down and then they're getting hit when they thought they should be blocking. That issue can arise. So there are, pros and cons with every controller. I just don't know if I really agree that it even needs to be mentioned to avoid analog. I think that, to me, it's a little bit of an outdated mentality. When I'm an 09er, 2010er, when I started playing and going to meetups, people were like, "You're using analog?" Like I didn't even understand that was not supposed to be a good thing, and I still don't agree with that. But even back in 2010, that was a commonly thrown around trope that you're not playing the game correctly if you're playing on analog, and I'm like, I'm playing it just fine. But if you're not comfortable with it, sure, play whatever you're comfortable with. I think you can try analog, and if it doesn't work for you, then it doesn't work for you. And things that you might notice is like you're accidentally jumping, or you think you're blocking, but really you're holding down instead of down back, for example, because you can't find the corners as easily. That would be things to look out for. But really, like you mentioned before, it's any controller works. Don't sweat that. Like, people stress so much about controllers, especially when first picking up games. It does not matter that much. It really doesn't. It's minute differences that won't matter until later on down the line when you're playing fighting games.
Timing takes time. Ask any musician. In fighting games, you are also timing things under pressure. You will mess up your inputs and die for it, but so will your opponent. Over time, this will happen less and you will get better.
True.
Take advantage of Pulse, the game's auto combo system. When starting out, finding ways to land the hit that leads to a combo matters more than optimizing combo damage. When you feel ready, you can practice manual combos. These are super satisfying to land in a match. If you don't want to learn 2 champions now, use the Juggernaut or Sidekick views. These are very viable and let you main just one buffed champion. Duo mode lets you play co-op with a friend, which is fun and eases the pressure. Best of all, winning feels twice as good while losing feels half as bad.
That is very true. I think that's a real effect. I absolutely do think duos are a great way to get your friends into fighting games. Duos are a great way to get your friends into fighting games, for sure, because it actually does feel more fun. It's less stressful, and it's more goofy, and there's a clear psychological benefit to playing with the team. And I think that is the biggest issue with fighting games. I kind of wish that 2XKO would create a duo-specific queue. I think that would be fun for everyone involved to know that it's always teams playing each other. I think that's kind of a fun aspect. But I do think duos is a very successful component of 2XKO. I think it's fun, even at any level, right? And you can play with a friend better than you. They can help guide you a little bit. So I think that's something that would be really helpful for 2XKO. It's very fun to have 2 teams fight each other, and both have to have the challenge of playing in that duo format.
Lastly, don't try to parry everything. That's it. This was Gerald from Core Gaming. Thanks for watching.
Woo! Great video. Kind of crazy, though. There wasn't even a discussion of tagging. The only reference to tagging was in the blocking section.
Block
Here.
when your opponent is in the air, and low block when they're on the ground. But a good blocker can be like a turtle, so they gave everyone a move that beats all forms of blocking called throw. Throw can be done
where
in
was
the
it? Where
air or
he
on
showed
the
the
ground,
sequence.
but you must be close to your opponent to do it. If low block when they're on low and mid attacks, but loses to high attacks. The logic is that you're not guarding above your head when crouching. Air block defends against all 3, high, mid, and low attacks.
Anyways,
but you have to
he
be
showed
in
a
the air to
sequence
do it.
where
The logic is alarmed.
it was Blitzcrank Echo doing a whole tagging sequence, but that was the only time they actually showed tagging. He showed assists. I'm a little unsure about this. Beginner's Guide to Fighting Games. I wonder what the goal is. Tagging gets so complex, and I think that's the biggest advantage and disadvantage of 2XKO, is that active tag is such a mind-bending mechanic for beginners, and then also becomes very polarizing. And sometimes people don't like active tagging once they get more competent at fighting games, because it's kind of like an undo button. It completely changes the dynamic of how a tag game is played, and it becomes so much more complex. So I can understand just dodging that entirely, but I'm really surprised about this. So I will say that this video is I would change the wording, me personally, from beginner's guide to starter's guide. I don't think this is a beginner's guide. And this is it is how to get into. So it's not gonna. This is, I think, avoiding the explicit implication that this will teach you how to play. It's how to get into, like, understanding the genre. So I think it does do that very effectively. I like the visual components for showing the different states, even though it starts to get a little overwhelming once he keeps adding more and more states to this chart. But I think this is pretty cool to have. But yeah, after watching this, I don't think you're going to understand to press A, B, C, assist. It's a little bit different. This is more of a long-term foundation for understanding and appreciating what the games have to offer, which I think is great. So someone coming from a different genre could be like, why is this exciting? Why is this unique? Why is this challenging? Why is whatever someone's doing complex or engaging? I think that helps demonstrate that. However, you're not going to be walking out of this playing the game. Beginners have to just press buttons. But still, great video from Core Gaming. Always love me a Core video. Shout out to Riot for clearly sponsoring this to get this done. Good talk. Good video. At some point, tagging is essential because you get pressured the fuck out. Yeah, I mean, just using assists to extend your offensive turn and tag to them to keep it going, or to just tag back to, like I said, it's an undo button. You go to do some offensive push and you had your assist in the background because they did a move, and then you realize you put yourself in a bad situation. You just tag to your assist to get out of the situation. It's an undo button at higher levels. It really just kind of avoids being in a bad spot entirely. So to some people, they don't like that because it makes a lot of the options that people go for not committal when you're playing at a higher level. You're always backing things up with assists, and then you can tag out to your assist who's in a safer position to nullify the situation. So therefore, you're not really committing to too many movement options or too many attack options, whatever you're doing. So some people who get actually good at tag games have like a negative opinion on it. And I feel like it makes the offense a little steamrolly. It makes it a really big barrier to entry to get into the game. It's very tough. I find it very surprising that they decided to go with an active tag game for 2xKO. That is a tough type of game to get into. So maybe Gerald just didn't want to scare. You can't scare all the Riot fanboys away with the active tag. I don't know if this would have scared them away too. What are the comments? I wonder if there's anyone who like comments from the perspective of someone who isn't a fighting game player. Why the hell is this not taught in game? For example, I had no idea that there's a tiny window on jumps and dashes where you cannot block because the basic in-game tutorial for blocking does not teach you. This is exactly why people think fighting games are hard to get into, and it annoys me that companies, even as big as Riot, still does not understand this. The thing is, even if this was in the tutorial, I wouldn't be surprised if everyone missed that. And I could also, half the time I see these comments, I know from personal experience, these actually end up being in tutorials. I just don't think tutorials are very good or effective at teaching people, and I think it ends up being a lot of effort for very little return. What I would love to see is a single-player mode with side-scrolling gameplay that's designed to teach you all those things. Beat 'em up where you can just play on your own, but with the same controls as when you play other people. So what you learn to do there directly applies to matches with human opponents. That's great for a full-fledged $60 game, and I think that's what Tekken has done in the past, and that's what Street Fighter with World Tour does. However, this is a free-to-play multiplayer-only game. They're not going to invest in that. Do shooter games have that? Do MOBA games have that? MOBA games have a tutorial, but they're not getting into advanced mechanics. I played the League of Legends tutorial one time. Yeah, I don't know. I do feel like I agree that these are like hidden secrets of the game, But I also make the I also believe that every single competitive genre has hidden secrets that they don't teach you. Every single game has secrets like that. All of them. I just think fighting games are often held to a higher standard because they're so much more punishing and they hurt and feel bad. And I do think there are more things that are less intuitive because the genre is less explored. And there's so many things that people take for granted when understanding shooters, understanding MOBAs, understanding whatever genre that they're familiar with. There's an intuitive language that has existed across decades of games that they have played and been exposed to. And if you haven't jumped into the fighting game genre at all this intuition is not going to be there. Like, when you look at a doorknob, how do you know how to interact with it or what it does? It's a little intuitive, I suppose, but it's also because you grew up around it. You know that you put your hand on the doorknob and you can twist it, and then you can push or pull the door to open it, right? There is an element of intuition in the design, but the reason you're able to interface with the door and the doorknob is just because you grew up around it. Like, I think sometimes I see these comments all the time, and I'm like, yeah, there should be better ways to ease people into the game, and I think single player content modes are the best way to go about it for like big AAA releases. But also at a certain point, like, hey, there's going to be weird shit in games that are little details that are not going to be told to you explicitly, and that's part of the discovery process. There was no tutorial in Halo that told me I can do BXR or double shoot in Halo 2, or that I could, when I jump, I can crouch to raise my legs to clear gaps that I wasn't going to be able to do otherwise. There was no tutorial with that. It was information that propagated through the community through trial and error. And I think that's okay. I didn't need to have a tutorial that told me this. Or like, I don't know. There's a lot of little things that come with time, and it's just like, whatever, man. Like, I'm not trying to justify and excuse the genre away, because I do think they do a bad job overall of gamifying learning games. That needs to be improved, but also I think sometimes people hold fighting games to a higher standard. And I think that's because they're so tough and they're so brutal. Day 9, if he's still well known, got well known by showing the hidden world of RTS to lots of us players. Nothing told us the obvious seeming stuff. Right. There's a reason fighting games are learned in mostly social environments, whether it's siblings or arcades. Yeah, it does help. But now social media takes care of that, right? Let me see, any other complaints? One problem I think I often find with these types of videos is that they often only target experienced fighting game players. All the comments are from people who've been playing fighting games for 20 years. The cultural context of free was a real nice touch. It's made up. That's not what it means. A fight element is critiquing this. It meant no effort victory, i.e. free. That's kind of what I think as well. I think it means no effort victory. Anyone talking about being a new 2xKO player? Amazing item, even though I can't remember it at all, and we'll be playing 2xKO by spamming buttons again. That is how it will work. And I think they cover that in the video. But you gotta have things to build muscle memory. This will help you appreciate the game when watching it, though. I was hesitant in booting up 2xKO after testing it for one match at a testing booth at Val Champs and getting my ass kicked, but I might try to actually learn my first fighting game with this video. Damn. Hesitant to boot it up after one match at a testing booth. They played one match at a testing booth at an event, got beat, and were scared to play the game again. Not trying to shame this person. It's daunting, I understand, but I think that's just the problem with the genre, man. Like, so many people get their ass beat one time as their first experience, and they don't feel any kind of... There's no dopamine rush at all because they're not learning anything, because it's all negative feedback, and there's no sense of progression or no first step to take, and it's all negative. It's all negative. There's zero hope or growth or line of sight forward, and that immediately makes it an entirely negative experience that you just want to avoid entirely. Tough genre, and it happens so quick. You don't even get a chance to like move around and feel how things operate. You just get into the match and you die. I don't quite get that. People seem to enjoy single player challenge, or am I just wrong on that? Well, there's just no feedback. Like even in a MOBA for League of Legends, I get the opportunity to go into the shop and to walk around, and I can click my attacks and see what they do before I start losing the whole game. There's a buffer where I get feedback from my inputs and the character on screen doing something. In fighting games, it can literally be zero feedback, zero connection between your actions and having any kind of tangible results on the screen. So that can be very daunting for players. Game is also 45 minutes long. Right, that's why I don't play MOBAs. I would never play MOBAs. I need to win or lose much faster than that. This is the biggest flaw in fighting games. I wish it was addressed in this game more than just a break bar. There we go. This is the real kind of comments I'm looking for. He's talking about the unskippable cutscene, right?
It's like watching an unskippable
Yes.
cutscene of you
Yes.
getting beaten up.
I remember I've talked about this before. I remember this spurred a whole shit show on Reddit. People were talking mad shit about me before. I said before that, in many ways, the combo is maybe an outdated game design relic. I love combos. I'm a fighting game psycho. I fucking love learning combos. I can appreciate good combos. However, it's a really tough sell to tell people who are not in the genre that, hey, the moment you get hit, if this person knows what they're doing, you literally have no tangible way to affect the outcome here. You lose all agency for a set period of time, and nothing you can do can impact it. However, I mean, there's other ways to look at that, like when you die, you respawn in a shooting game, whatever. Like, there's other punishment states in other games where that happens. And so, like, it's not the worst thing in the world, but other games that are more popular, like Smash, for example, Smash has directional influence, DI. You are still actually playing a game within the game. By the way, Smash has no fucking tutorial that explains this to you. If they did in Ultimate, I missed that. DI is one of the most secret hidden mechanics of all time, but there's actual mind games going on with the directional influence, and the comboing player has to read your DI in order to keep the juggle going and understand which direction you're trying to go in. And there's actually a mind game happening at every interaction where they're influencing where they're drifting. And if you continuously read them, then your combo can be extended. But if you don't, they can get out of it and punish your overextension, right? It does an ultimate on the startup screen. Okay. So, yeah, but that I think is like a mechanic that makes it more interactive. It makes it far more interactive. So I don't know. I love combos, but this is such a brutal thing for beginner players to get over. I do think maybe making a comparison to, like, hey, you failed, you got headshot right here. You got touched, and your respawn timer is going to scale based on how bad the situation was where you got touched. Right? Like, if you got shot in the head here, that means they landed a jump in with full resources. Yeah, you might be out of the game for a good 20 seconds here. You might not be interacting for a good 20 seconds, 15 seconds. Or, they shot your foot while you're hiding in cover. Yeah, sure, maybe you're just going to be not interacting for 2 seconds. So there might be other ways to frame this to, like, get that point across to newer players, but it's a very tough sell. And it's so hard to describe to people, hey, while you're getting comboed, mashing furiously does nothing but potentially threaten you getting accidentally reset, when if you just blocked, they could fuck up the combo and you could win. Every beginner player, new fighting game player, just starts furiously mashing. They got their custom controller, then they start going, ah! it's so hard to get that point across. It does click eventually for people, but it's a universal experience to just start mashing when you're getting hit. So a lot of people do think it's a fundamental problem with the genre. I think it's a core defining part of the genre. I love combos. I don't want them to go anywhere. But I think it's always going to make fighting games not appeal to most people. DBFZ combos were the biggest hurdle for my friends when they were trying to get into that game. Yeah, and to be honest, like, combo length is a very big deal. It's a very important thing. How much punishment are you willing to take for and have no agency and non-interactability during a game? And that's what, you know, his name's Unconkable, right? One of the lead devs on the team was talking about that in his latest update video. They're trying to take a look at adjusting combo length. I liked DBFZ. I love DBFZ on release, for example. I really enjoyed that game. However, every time I came back to it, like when they added Broly, the new Broly, dude, his combos went on for way too long. His basic ass normal combos with all these canned animations went on for too long. I was getting irritated and bored. The combos didn't look cool, and there was a lot of canned animations, and it just took forever. And I was like, this is not fun. I'm losing patience, losing interest in this. So combo length is definitely something that's very important to touch upon, because it's basically the punishment state for a game. And some people really prefer short combo games because you get hit, you take the damage, okay, but then we get to interact again. So I don't know. On one hand, I feel like developers feel pressure to make combo systems that are really engaging because people like interacting with them. But then the result of that is only one person at a time is interacting with the system. So Marvel player, I think the combo length is fine. Listen, Marvel opinions. Marvel players are why we got the game in the first place, man. Marvel players are sickos. Every fighting game tutorial ever made should have started this way. Why isn't this in the game? You think someone's going to watch a 16-minute video in the game? Come on now. Recently, I got a survey email from Riot about 2XKO. I love the game, but the ranks need to be divided a bit better. I'm new to fighting games and often get paired with people who already know what they're doing, both in casual and in ranked. I went to ranked for a more fair experience, and it didn't change much as there are people who are way better than me in the lowest ranks. Well, I think the biggest issue with any fighting game is player population. If you don't have a substantial enough player population, then you're not going to have enough, accurate matchmaking, because just in order to give you a match, you just have to give you whoever's available. This is the number one issue. And it's a catch-22, because as player population falls, so does the incentive for new players to play the game. Matchmaking is the number one issue to solve, and it's only solved with a good matchmaking system and sufficient player population. This is the biggest issue with getting people into the game by far, I think, or one of the biggest issues. But on the other hand, two absolute beginners can have very different experiences. One absolute beginner A and beginner B. Beginner A could beat the shit out of beginner B just because they found one thing that they mashed and they stick with that, and both of them are the exact same skill. You can do a thought experiment with two beginner players, beginner A and beginner B. Both know nothing about the game. They're both equally bad, and one of them can dominate the other player the entire time, and it has nothing to do with any kind of knowledge of the game. That happens all the time. So even if you're an absolute beginner, you could be playing other people who are really bad, but they just happen to just mash one thing, and they don't know why it works, and you don't know how to stop it. There you go. It's not that they're good. They're beating you really badly, but because that's it. They landed by RNG chance on something to spam. So until you start getting above a certain level, that sort of experience becomes more linear. But in the absolute primordial cesspool of day one beginners new to fighting games, it's just a shit show. It's just an absolute shit show. So it's very difficult, both even when you need a sufficient player population to start with, but even after that, beginners are going to have a crazy time. Crazy time. Okay, guys. I think I might just pack it up here. 4-hour stream. Cool discussion. Some good games in there. I'm gonna pack it up here. We got dinner ready. I'm gonna get on out of here. Guys, thanks for hanging around with me. Thanks for yapping with me. Hopefully you enjoyed the stream. I'm gonna go ahead and pack it up. I don't know if I'm gonna stream tomorrow. We'll see about that. We might be. Oh shit, Rob's still streaming. I'm gonna send you guys over to Rob. He's actually on the grind right now. So, I'll see you guys when I see you. We should get another stream in before Christmas, I think. All right, guys, I'm out. Have a good night. Peace. And later, you